Ladies and gentlemen, bommeli bontate, can we all be seated, please? Time now is 10:30. We have promised one another to start at 10:30. Can we all be seated? Exhibitors, can you kindly take your seats? Am I audible? Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is so beautiful in the Free State. This morning, the temperatures have dropped up to minus degrees Celsius. We woke up, we are here to celebrate. As we are starting to celebrate our Africa Public Service Day, I would like us to observe the moment of silence. Maybe before the moment of silence, we know that as the African continent, we've got, or pride ourselves with our African Union anthem, as well as each and every country in the continent has its own anthem that prides themselves with. So I would like us to all stand up. Okay, as you're standing up, my name is Phumla Ngqeza. I'm the Acting Chief Director at the Department of Economic, Small Business Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs. As we are standing up, I've been assigned to run this program of the day, and hopefully it is going to be indeed an engagement session. Okay, let's observe that moment. We will then be singing first our Africa Union anthem, and then after, please sing along, and I expect everyone here to sing along the Africa Union anthem as well as South African anthem. Thank you very much. Over to you, Ndate, if you can assist us with that.
Così si chiama l'Africa, malupagani supomnolwayo izwa imithandazo yethu Nkosi sikelela thina lusapho lwayo murena buluka setshaba sa Yesu ufedise dintwa le matshwenyeho usebuluke sibuluke setshaba sa Yesu setshaba sa South Africa, South Africa. Uit die blauw van onze hemel, uit die diepte van ons zee, oor ons ewige geberdes, waar die kranse antwoord gee. Sounds a call to come together, and united we shall stand. Let us live and strive for freedom in South Africa. Amen.
Thank you. You may be seated. I've observed, and I'm proud to say, at least 80% in this room was singing our African Union anthem. Yeah, let's give ourselves a round of applause. And let's make it our task, ladies and gentlemen, to know our African Union, please. Nkosi sikelela, our South African anthem, everybody sang it along. I'm really impressed with that. Okay, so yeah, why we here? Why we are here? I am going to call upon my colleague without wasting time, Mr. Dirk Achen from the department, my colleague, to welcome everybody and maybe share with us why today we are here, why DESTEA is hosting this prestigious event of Africa Public Service Day. Okay, Dirk, over to you, sir.
Goedemorgen, Dumelang, Molo. Good morning. On behalf of MEC Miko and HED Nokweku, I'd like to welcome everyone here this morning. A special welcome to our honored guests and speakers, Ms. Afolabi, Mr. Janssen from the department, Dr. Biljon, Mr. Cow, and Ms. Longwane. Also welcome to senior managers of the department, public servants in attendance today, but then also our guests, our SMEs who have joined us and who are also having exhibits for us to look at the work that they can done and the contributions that they can make to what we are going to discuss today. We wish to welcome you all to the session where we celebrate the 10th Africa Public Service Day celebrations with the theme, the Year of the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, Acceleration of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Implementation. That is the theme of this year's public service celebrations. APSD is annually celebrated across the African continent to recognize the value and virtue of public service to the people of Africa. The African Continental Free Trade Area is a flagship project of Agenda 2063 that aims at creating a single African market for goods and services facilitated by free movement of persons, capital and investment to deepen economic integration promote and attain sustainable and inclusive socio-economic development, agricultural development, food security, and more important, structural transformation. Officially launched in January 2021, the Africa Free Trade Continental Agreement was recognized as the world's largest free trade area, bringing together 55 countries of the African Union and 8 regional economic communities. Program Director, as we celebrate Africa Public Service Day as the annual AU event entrenched in the AU calendar as a day that recognizes the value and virtue of public service, we must continue to promote awareness of Agenda 2063, which is Africa's blueprint for acceleration of Africa's economic advancement into an active player in global business. Reflecting on how the Continental Agreement will enhance sustainable human development, highlighting the role of youth and women in driving this agreement, reflecting on the capacity of African states to deliver on government priorities such as this agreement. In line with Section 195 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, which provides that public administration must be driven by good governance and high standards of professional ethics, we urge all of the country's 1.2 million public servants to put all hands on deck to make rapid implementation of the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement a reality. Program Director, as a department, all of us present here today are urged to support this agreement and Agenda 2063, which collectively seeks to bring about a more prosperous South Africa and Africa for us all and our future generations. Africa's governments must build corruption-free, capable and ethical and developmental states ready to embrace Africa's dream of being united in economic development towards prosperous, independent, and a sustainable continent. We wish you well in all 2023 Africa Public Service Day deliberations. Thank you very much.
Sure, I must do this. Okay. Dr. Dirk, thank you very much. He has welcomed us. You are all welcome once again. Okay. Elaborated on the purpose of why you are here. I think we are clear on why we are here. I have picked the element of recognizing the values and virtue of the services in the community. So I think it's key for us as Africans to recognize those values and virtues. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, lo ome apa. This is Africa. We are celebrating Africa Public Service. Okay. So lo ome apa, I pride myself. I'm an African woman. Okay. As I am an African woman, ndinguphumla igama. As ndinguphumla igama, ndikhuliswa nguMadlamini, uZezi, uJamaka Sijatu, uNomane, uNtsuku, uSanduluba. Okay. Now, lendombi enguMadlamini. Again, ladies and gentlemen, we are Africans. Lendombi enguMadlamini. Ndikhulusa ngutamkhulu, uChachu, uTupane, uNqolomsila, Qumpas, uyemyem, Thafa elithatha, ithafa elifafa. uDlomo. Andifuna ukuyithetha ke le, kodwa ndiza kuyithetha. Uvela bambhentsele. Kodwa basabhensi ngoku boyika belungu. Bantakwethu, it's very good to know who are we before we start celebrating. Do you know who you are? The value part of it and the virtue part of it. Now it needs to start in within you. As it starts in within you, then it will cascade to the next level in your life. Now the next level in your life, as the Department of Economic Development, we have a mandate of assisting the enterprises. Maybe one will then be asking, why are we participating as public servant here? We've got a mandate of assisting our enterprises as they grow, supporting them to export their products, import their products. And those that have got a potential to perform that task, so as their business to grow. Okay, so that's how it links now with this day. As you see, we've got exhibitors there that are exhibiting their products. And they're just not exhibiting, ladies and gentlemen, we need to buy. Okay? We're more of economic development. Let's stimulate those activities. Let's assist our economy. There's a mandate that we've been given to say that let's create conducive environment so that our businesses can create 50,000 jobs. Do you really believe that we can do it? I believe that we can do it. If we can continuously arm ourselves with knowledge, and that knowledge, we then translate it into the relevant people that needs to grasp it, and we assist them to go forward, then we will go forward. So today, SMMEs that are here, this is your day as well, okay? Grasp each and every opportunity, engage, hence the program. If you look at it, my apologies, it's not reflected there. However, we said it's gonna be an engagement session. Make sure when you leave here, we leave here with something at hand, okay? Now, without wasting any time, let's then quickly look at the next item from our agenda, okay? I've got a colleague who's very passionate about economic development, who will then be sharing with us the economic overview of the province. I think it's very important to know where are we and what is happening, so that which opportunities are there. I'm happy that the DTIC, our sister department, is here. So the DTIC will then assist us as well to identify those gaps that, that we need to fill in for our enterprises. By so saying, I would like to call upon on stage Mr. Abraham Johnson to please relate to us with, thank you, Put. This one I said, oh, for Mr. Johnson. Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Johnson, come stand here. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. So my role this morning is just to take you through how exactly is the Free State economy, how is the performance of our economy in the province. So basically, I'm going to touch on the population, and then I'm also going to take you through in terms of the GDP, the gross domestic product. We're also going to look at the various sectors that are driving the provincial economy. I'm also going to show you in terms of how many people are employed within the province. We're also going to look at the unemployment rate. I'm also going to reflect on the human development, the HDI, as well as the Gini coefficient. And then I'm also going to reflect on the poverty levels in the province. That's basically my presentation. So we can move to the next slide. District Economic Profile 2022. So I'm just going to show you in terms of how the various districts are performing in the province. So if we start with the Mangaung Metropolitan Municipality, the population there for 2022, it's 904,000 people for Mangaung Metro. And in terms of the share of the provincial GDP, is 40%. Just Mangaung Metro. In the various sectors that are really driving the provincial economy, it's our community services sector with a share of 36%, and then finance. Transport 10%, and trade 15%. As you can see, one of the key sectors that are driving the economies worldwide, the manufacturing sector, is not under the top 10 for Mangaung Metro. And we have to change that. And I think this agreement, the African Continental Trade Agreement, is one of the mechanisms that we can use to change that. If we look at the Fesilidabe district, with the main town there, Sasolburg, it's in blue, the population there, 549,000 people. In their share of the economy, it's 25%, the contribution to the GDP of the province. And as you can see there, manufacturing is top in terms of the sectors that are contributing to that specific economy, which is 27%. And because we know that Sasol is very strong in oil as well as gas. And the other sectors that are also prominent there in Fesilidabe District Municipality, the mining, 17%, finance, 16%, and then your community services. And you can see it's just opposite. If you look at Mangaung Metro, community services, the key sector that are driving the economy. And then the Fesilidabe district is now manufacturing. I think the next one, let me go to Putswa. And if we talk about that specific district municipality, what comes to our mind? Mining. Mines. Let's see whether mining is driving the economy there. So the recent statistics do indicate that mining is still the key sector, although mining are in the decline in that specific area, especially Machabeng, Welkom, the Welkom area, Oudendaalsrus, Virginia, Henneman. And we can see there, the second is your 17% is your community services, and then finance. And our next area that I can also reflect on is definitely the Harib area. And we know is the Tromsburgs, you know, the Betulis, that specific area there. What's happening there? Let's have a look. We can see there the population, 124,000 people. So in terms of the population, they are the smallest in terms of the districts within our province. And you can also see in terms of the GDP, they just basically contribute around about 3%, which is a challenge for all of us who are sitting there, which indicates that we've got a lot of work to do, especially in that area, so that we can increase their contribution and at the very same time creating job opportunities. As we can see there, again, the community services sector is driving that specific economy there in the Harib district municipality. The very last district municipality that I also want to touch on is the Thabo Mofokeng district municipality, and we know the main areas there is Harrismith, Tsiame, you know, Kwakwa, Budadichaba. That's the key areas there. Population there, 2022, 764,000 people in that specific district municipality. But it's very beautiful in that area. So it's a pity I don't see tourism really reflect as one of the key sectors there. But as we all know, that tourism is cutting across all the sectors. Community services sector, again, driving the economy. And we can see the second is then your finance sector. So just to summarize this specific slide, as you can see, there's round about 3 districts where the community services sector is driving the economy. And we have to change that and see whether the manufacturing sector, our mining sector, your trade sector, especially if we're talking about this specific agreement, we're talking about trade. Whether we cannot change the situation where trade can slowly comes forward in driving the economies of a specific district, rather than your community services sector. Because the trade sector can also help us in terms of generating revenue coming into our province. If you can go to the next slide. As I already indicated, the population, that map will just show you the various municipalities there, and the total population of Free State, it's 2.99 million people in Free State, and that also accounts to 4.9% of the total population of South Africa. So only 4.9%, almost 5%. And we can see in terms of males and females there, the females accounts for 1.53 million, which is around about 51%, and the males 1.46. And in terms of the population composition within the province, we can see Africans 87.33%, which is around about 2.61 million people. The white population is 265,000, colored is 101,000, as well as the Asians, 12,400 people. And available statistics also projected that the average annual growth rate is 0.7%, so our population is going to increase. If we look at around about 2027, then our population will be 3.09 million people in the province. So we can see there's an increase of the population, which means services to our people also have to increase. Job opportunities also have to increase. So, and this is our task, I think, as a collective sitting here, which we have to concentrate on. Our next slide, I'm just going to touch on this on the slide, otherwise I'm going to take too much time, and I doesn't want to do that. We can see in terms of the GDP, and if you also look at the graph there, what happened in 2020, you remember the COVID-19 started late 2020, 2021, and we can see the curve there of that graph. It went down, it picked up again, 2021, but there's still a long way for our economy to reach the levels where we want it to be. So the gross domestic product in 2022 is 332 billion in 2022, and the Free State contribute around about 5.1% to the GDP of South Africa. And we can also see there that the province ranked 8th relative to the regional economies, meaning there's 7 other provinces before us, and it's only the Northern Cape province that are behind us. So that also then poses a challenge to us as a collective sitting here to see the jobs that we have to do from our side. And we can see that the greatest contributor to the economy of the Free State, of course, is the Mangaung Metropolitan Municipality, with around about 134 billion rand, and that's in 2022. But at least the economy is expected to grow with 1.60% from 2022 to 2027 over a 5-year period. And the economists, they projected that the economy in 2027 will be around about 245,000 billion in constant 2010 prices. So, and this specific forecasted growth, they are basically based on historical growth, real estimates, and national forecasts. Now, quickly on this slide is just to indicate to you in terms of the contributions in rand and percentage to the gross value added to the Free State Province. And as we can see there, I also showed you the first slide, that the community services is really in the forefront, and it's also the largest sector in the province with 80.8 billion or 27.1% their contribution to the GVA of the province. And we can also see there the second most is your finance sector with 20.2%. And the construction sector contribute the least to the economy, 4.84 billion. Now, the various, our MECs, members of the executive councils, they recently had the various budget speeches. And we've looked at all those budget speeches. My colleague, Nswaki, looked at it, and we picked up. You can stand, Nswaki, so that they can see you. She looked at it, and we've noticed a lot of allocations. A budget was allocated to infrastructure projects. So if we talk infrastructure projects, we bring in the construction industry too. So we are convinced if all those projects can be implemented, it can definitely grow the construction sector. And we know that infrastructure projects can create long-term viable job opportunities. So it's key for us that we really pay attention to that. Our next slide. This slide, I'm not going to spend much time. This slide just indicates to you in terms of the manufacturing sector, what is under the manufacturing sectors, your food, beverages, it's wood, textile, clothing, furniture, transport. And our trade, it's wholesale, retail, hotels and restaurants, just to have an indication. And under community services that we've talked about from my first slide, is basically your public administration and defense activities, education, health, and social work. I think SASSA also fits in here. So basically, this is what our community services is all about. This is what our trade is all about. And then manufacturing. We can go to the next slide. Tourism. Yes, we really experience a great challenge in terms of our tourism. As you can see, if you look at the graph there, the bed night spent by domestic tourists decreased, as well as the international tourists. There's also a decrease in the international tourists coming to our province. We can see the graph there, how what happened during 2020, and then slightly, if we go to 2021, 2022, at least it started to pick up now. But we can see the impact that COVID-19 had on the economy of the province. And we can also see that the Free State had a total tourism spending of 17.9 billion in 2022, basically meaning that the tourists coming into our province, they've spent in 2020 17.9 billion rand. And the Free State had a tourism spend per capita of 5,980 rand. And if we look at the various provinces, the 9 provinces, and we see where does the Free State fit in with regards to the per capita, spend per capita for tourism, we are then ranked 3rd. Who's leading? The Western Cape, and then the lowest is Limpopo in terms of tourism spend per capita. We can go to the next slide. Now, if we look at the various sectors, the primary sector, the secondary, and the tertiary sector, so basically your primary sector is your agriculture and mining. So at least there's good news if we look into over the next 5 years from 2022 up to 2027. The primary sector, which is agriculture and mining, is expected to grow at an average annual rate of minus 1.27, which is not good news. Because if it's a minus, then we know exactly what's happening. If you look at the secondary sector, it's expected to grow at 0.74%, the average annual. In your secondary sectors, your manufacturing, electricity, and then construction. As I also indicated, if we can, the budget allocations that was allocated for the construction sector can change the situation if all the projects can be implemented and be completed within a specific space of time. If you look at the tertiary sector, we can also see the tertiary sector is basically your transport, your trade, your finance, and community services is also expected to grow at 1.97. So, which is a very good indication because at least your trade fits in here at the tertiary sector, and the tertiary sector is expected to grow by 1.97 in terms of going forward. And in 2027, the forecasted GVA for Free State will be an estimated 2.5 billion. At least there's an increase from the 226 billion in 2022 because it will be 245 billion in 2027. The next slide. Let's quickly look at the employment situation in Free State. And we are talking here about from 2012 to 2022, it's over a 10-year period. We can see in last year, 2022, the working age population. So if we talk about the working age population, we talk about from 15 years until 64 years. 1.93 million, the working age population for 2022. As I indicated, 15 to 64 years. The economically active population in the province 2022 is 1.18 million people. And then 754,000 people forms part of the non-economically active population. Here we talk about your full-time students, tertiary institutions, disabled people, and those choosing not to work. It's 754,000 people. And now out of that economically active population, 407,000 people are unemployed. And that amounts to 3.46%. And we also have to, it's also a big challenge to us, we also have to work as a collective together and see whether we cannot change that. And if you look into the people that are employed, 758,000 people are employed, which is 4.98% of the total population of South Africa. So in Free State, if you look at the population of Free State, remember I said we've got 2.99 thousand people in Free State and 758 people are employed. But you also have to take into account the working age population, of course. The next slide. Now, if you look into the formal and informal employment within the various sectors that are driving the provincial economy, and if I'm talking about the sectors that are driving the economy, we talk about agriculture, we're talking about mining, we talk about manufacturing, electricity, construction, trade, transport, finance, community services, and then private households. Now, if you look at the formally employed people in Free State for 2022, it's around about 81.65%. In the informal sector, 2022 employ 139,000 people. The informal employment in Free State increased from 108,000 people 2012 to 139,000 people in 2020. And we can see here, which is really the trade sector. I'm so happy when I see the trade sector appear, because then I'm thinking about this agreement, the purpose why we are here today, because the trade is directly linked to that specific agreement, the African Free Continental Trade Agreement. And you can see the trade sector recorded the highest number of informally employed, with a total of 66,600 employees. That's the trade sector. But we can still change that. Now, imagine we are running our own enterprise, you know, whether it's in the township. Remember, I'm talking about formal and informal employment, and the township economy is also included here. So if we can change the situation, if we can employ more people, we can change that situation in terms of the contribution of trade, because what we are doing with our small business, that's why it's so crucial. That's why DESTEA put so much emphasis on SMMEs. I'm sure my one colleague, Slee Balot, he is sleeping about SMMEs. He bumped into my office the other day and said, AB, I want some inputs on a scooter bike project. And we regard each and every SMME as crucial, because that one job opportunity can change a life, can change a household. It can change the contribution of the province in terms of GDP and in terms of GVA, gross value added. Let's go to the next slide. I'm just going to touch on two things here. As you can see here, in terms of the total employment per broad economic sector, where's most of our people in the province employed? Now, as we can see there, the community services sector employed most of the people. Is blue, possibly there on your side. It's 190,000 people are employed in the community services sector. If you look at the trade sector, 175,000 people are employed. It's the second highest, which is good news, which is very good news, but we still can change the situation. If all of us can work together, and Manini, if we can assist those SMEs, and then we can change in terms of trade, and then possibly we can increase that 175,000 people, even to go on top. I think that should be our purpose, Mr. Slee. I think that's what we should do. And if we look at the electricity sector, we know currently what's happening there. We can also see the electricity sector employs the least number of people. So the electricity sector is also employing people. But we currently just the whole country is experiencing, not only the Free State, the whole country is experiencing problems in terms of electricity. So we hope the situation can change, so that more people can then also be employed in that specific sector. If we go to the next, I'm going to be quick. Now, if we can see in terms of employment per district quickly there, we can see there in terms of, as I already indicated, 758,000 people are employed in Free State, and this is just the composition of the employment per district And per the metro, we can see the metro there for 2022 employs 279,000 people. Thabo Mofokeng, 168,000 people. Oh, I see it's in bold. Possibly I put it in bold because there's such a beautiful tourism. If you travel from Lady Brand, going up to Bethlehem, you know, the Kwakwa area, very beautiful area, which can, don't forget Clarence. Yes. Very beautiful. Lijueliputswa employs 148,000, Fisilidabe 131, Harib 30,600 people. That's the total employment per district. And this slide just gives you the indication for each district municipality, how many people are employed per sector. I'm just going to touch on one. Let's go to see how is agriculture doing here. We can see most of the people in terms of agriculture is employed Thabo Mofokeng district municipality. And I've just talked about Thabo Mofokeng for that specific district municipality, because if you travel from Lady Brand, you pass Clockerlane, you go to Vicksburg, you go to Bethlehem. That area is Monsieur Asparagus area, fruit and vegetables. We know each and every year is the cherry festival, and they're also good in cherries. So the agriculture is doing quite well in terms of employment. In Thabo Mofokeng, they employed 27,600 people. I think I'm not going to go to each and every one. It's going to take too much time. So let me go to the next slide. The next two slides just indicate to you in terms of employment, who's the biggest companies within a specific district municipality. We can see here the Root Holdings. That's basically your SA Truck. They are based in Hamilton. They are in manufacturing. They're manufacturing those big trailers, which are also being exported to Africa. They employed most of the people in the Mangaung Metro, around about 3,000 people, the latest stats that we received. Destiny Transport, we also know if you go to the Memorial Graveyard, Destiny Transport is on your left-hand side. They employed around about 1,100 people. They're in the transport industry. If you look at Lijueliputswa, we know is the mines there, Harmony Gold, is Free Gold, as well as Sibanye. If you go with Thabo Mofokeng, you can see there the agriculture. We've just talked about agriculture. Agricultural companies employed most of the people there. Look there at VKB, employed around about, which are based in Rates, 2,500 people. If you look at Fisilidabe, of course, Sasol employed most of the people there. They employed around about in South Africa. Unfortunately, they couldn't give us a figure for Free State, but in South Africa, around about 16,000 people in Sasol. If you look at Fisilidabe, you can also see there, it's more on your transport industry, employed around about 160 people. And then Harib, we know Coffee Fontaine, there was this Blue Diamond mines, but although they declined, but at a certain stage, they employed around about 650 people in Harib. Jagersfontein, we know recently what happened in Jagersfontein, but in terms of the company that employed around about 145 people down there in Jagersfontein. And for a small town like Jagersfontein, it's 145 people, a lot of people in a small town like Jagersfontein, because there isn't really big employers in Jagersfontein. So this next slide just reflects on the unemployment rate. Currently, if you look into the Q1 for 2023, the unemployment rate for Free State is 34.4%. If you look at the expanded unemployment rate, so the expanded unemployment rate refers to people that that gave up looking for jobs. They've looked for jobs, they couldn't find jobs. So the expanded unemployment rate for Q1 2023, we can see it decreased at least with 0.8 of a percentage point in Q1 2023. So at least the expanded unemployment rate, it decreased. And if you can also see the unemployment rate Q1 2023, which is from January to March. That's Q1 2023. The unemployment rate, if we have to compare it with the unemployment rate in Q1 2022, and we compare it with the unemployment rate in Q1 2023, there was an increase in the unemployment rate, because in Q1 2022 it was 31.1%. But Q1 2023, 34.4%. And if we look at the statistics for unemployment of our youth, if you look at the age group 15 to 24 years for Q1, 61.1%. Our youth for Q1 2023. And if we look at the age group 25 to 34, 44.9%, which is a bit worrisome. And if you also look at the age group 35 to 44, is 28.6% in terms of the unemployment rate. And you can see the age group, you've just studied, you received your degree, but you're unemployed. And we can see here our stats in that specific age group from 15 to 24, 61%, and the next age, 44, which is too high, and which also poses a challenge to us to change the situation. And our next slide, I'm almost finished. We can see the Lichwelepusa district municipality required the highest unemployment rate in 2022, 47%, Mangaung the lowest with 25.8%. And then we can see unemployment, if we look at over 10-year period, from 2012 to 2022, over 10-year period increased in all 5 districts, or the 1 metro and the 4 district municipalities. Now, my last 3 slides. If you look at the Human Development Index, so the Human Development Index basically refers to a long and healthy life, knowledge, and a decent standard of living. This is what the HDI is all about. So now we can see in 2022, the HDI of Free State is 0.649, the national is 0.654. So meaning, if you look at the Free State, and the ideal to have a high level of HDI should be close to 1. If you are close to 0, then it shows it's low or it's going down. So at least if you look in the situation of Free State for 2012, at least it increased from 2012 to 2022, meaning there is the decent standard of living of the community in the province is at least on the way up. It's increasing. If you look at the Gini coefficient, so the Gini coefficient is basically refers to the income equality in the province. And as we can see, 2022, the Gini coefficient of Free State is 0.619, which reflects a marginal increase in the number over a 10-year period from 2012 to 2022. And we can also see here the ideal for the Gini coefficient. We should be between 0.25 and 0.70. That's the ideal where we should be. And if you look at my last slide in terms of the poverty in Free State, and we all know, according to Statistics South Africa, we've got 3 levels of the food poverty line. The first food poverty line is now, and I'm referring now to the stats 2022, is 663 rand per person per month. It refers to the food poverty line, and then you get the lower bound poverty line, meaning it is a food poverty line plus the average amount derived from non-food items of households whose total expenditure is equal to the food poverty line. So if you fall within that specific poverty line is 945, and we can see the upper bound poverty line is 1,417 rand per person per month. So let's see, where does Free State fit in? Now in 2022, there were 1,804,000,000 people living in poverty, 1.84 million living in poverty, using the upper poverty line. And as I indicated, the upper bound poverty line is 1,417 rand per person per month across Free State. And we can also see this is higher, 17.40 higher than the 2012. So basically what it tells us is it's higher than it was in 2012, which if you take that also into consideration, that we definitely, as a collective, have to up our games in terms of growing the provincial economy so that we can change creating jobs and changing the standard of living of the community of the province and South Africa as a whole. And my last that I would like to mention is that, as I've mentioned, and I want to emphasize it, in terms of the construction sector, which is a sector that definitely has opportunity to grow the economy. We know some of the roads in the province is going to be rebuilt. They're going to pay attention to some of the key roads in the province. And we have the opinion that it's going to change the landscape. It's going to change the economic contribution of that specific sector to the economy. And we know that what I like about the construction sector, if you're driving and they're busy building a road, then you'll see our SMMEs is on that road. They stand at strategic points selling drinks or selling small words. Sometimes they're selling water. If you stop at, if there's possibly, you have to take another way to reach your destination, and then you will see that entrepreneurship coming out, and then you'll ask yourself, but midway between two towns, an SMME is there, there's road construction, we have to stop because of they've blocked the road there, and they're trying to sell the items. And we're buying the items because we're on the road. So I think if we can have that type of attitude in terms of our contribution as an entrepreneur to identify opportunities, to identify opportunities if there's something happening in the province which can help. And the reason why I'm mentioning that, the Africa Free Trade Continental Agreement is one of such tools that we have to use. And within our unit, we are busy analyzing this specific trade agreement so that we can see the opportunities that are available for entrepreneurs in the Free State, which they can embark upon. And with that, I want to conclude my presentation. Our details is on here, and my two colleagues, if you require more information, I would like them to stand. Mr. Balot, Slee Balot, and Tswaki Dentluani, they are here. We can also interact during lunchtime and then afterwards. Thank you very much.
Mr. Abram Jensen, thank you very much. It is so fulfilling to see a public servant so passionate about his job, what he's doing, and the way he articulates it. Okay, so I'm told, ladies and gentlemen, that we've got online over 100 people that have connected. I would like to welcome them as well on this platform. So, and further due, I would like to, maybe who are here, maybe I then need to acknowledge the presence of the DTIC. Okay, I know Mr. Derkhagen has done that. However, I mentioned the name, the DTIC. We've got them honoring this event or this session. I would like to acknowledge the Office of the Premier, Free State Province. I would like to acknowledge our financial institution that is here, which is the Standard Bank. And then I'd like to acknowledge as well the educational institution that is here, which is the University of the Free State. And yeah, SARS, later on we'll be having a presentation from SARS. And yeah, the exporters that are here and importers and the businesses that, that have got a potential to export based on all these criteria that they need to meet, and which is one of them will be the production capacity. I would like to acknowledge that. Okay. Now I'm relating mostly to you in this platform as a hybrid, as well as the people that they've connected online. Yeah, so Mr. Abraham, you've said a mouthful, okay? That is where we draw our data from. That is where we are being advised on which way are we supposed to take in the province as per the economy, looking at the economic growth span. He made mention of the 3 districts that are very active in community services. I think in future, this is now the draw up line to say that in future, let's change that setup. We cannot really be on community services, whereas the province itself receives a chunk of a wallet that goes to the infrastructure. That was very good of that meticulous information that we got from research. Thank you very much. So by so saying, ladies and gentlemen, we're still continuing with our African Continental Free Trade Area session, whereby we will then be, when Mr. Hagen started welcoming, he made mention of the continental strategy, whereby we need to recognize the public administration as well as the governance matters across the continent. So this is now time for Dr. My apologies, I'm not going to say your name, but the surname is Dr. Beljun. She is from the University of the Free State. We met Dr. on Monday when we were observing the very same event. Remember now, this African Public Service Day is being observed for this whole week. We have set aside for this whole week to observe it. So the national one was held in Johannesburg, and we were there observing it. We took some enterprises because we pride ourselves by providing that platform for our enterprises to showcase their products everywhere they go. Okay, so we met Dr. there, fortunately. She is from our own university and the Free State, and she was presenting. She is now going to talk about this continental strategy that Dirk was talking about under the element of public administration as well as the governance matters across the continent. By so saying, I would like to call upon now Dr. Beljoen to come on stage and provide us with that presentation. Thank you. It's not that cold. It's not that cold. It's not that cold. Let's welcome Dr. Beljoen.
Thank you, Program Director. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Am I audible? So, ladies and gentlemen, officials of the Free State Provincial Government, the respective departments who are represented here, Madam Program Director, as well as the small businesses who are here this morning exhibiting the products that you are producing and that you are selling. Africa Public Service Day is commemorated this year with the theme, the African Continental Free Trade Area, in short, ACFTA, and with a focus on a fit for purpose rather, African public administration to succeed. I would like to talk to that theme, but also from the perspective of a developmental public administration and the role of such an administration in terms of supporting and steering and directing the implementation of the goals of this free trade area agreement. What is significant about a fit-for-purpose public administration, as highlighted by this theme for this year, is the fact that it is instrumental in terms of facilitating the agreement between the 55 countries that will benefit from a single market for goods and services across the African continent. What is of more significance is the impact that this single market for goods and services will have for small businesses that we are seeing here today, for entrepreneurs, women and youth, as well as local traders, but also the overall contribution that it presents to alleviate poverty, to contribute to economic growth nationally, provincially, but also in our local economies, and to contribute to the eradication of some of our societal challenges. But none of this will be possible, nor will the objectives of the ACFTA be achieved without a public administration that is fit for purpose and a public administration that is developmental. But what does it mean when we say that the public administration should be fit for purpose? Simply put, it means that the public administration should do what it is intended to do or meant to do within the context of supporting the implementation and reaching the objectives of the ACFTA. As such, the foundation on which public services are rendered would be based on the praxis of the field of public administration, which is underpinned by systems and processes comprising of activities that you as public administrators engage with daily, such as policy making, human resources or resourcing, how you finance, organizing, work procedures, but also control of functions and structures and capacities of government, the public sector, and our non-profit sectors. It is these activities within the field of public administration as a practice which is fundamentally important to the existence and functioning and role of a capable public service and state, that is developmental to make an impact in society, and which is exactly what the ACFTA attempts and aims to achieve in terms of economic advancement, growth, and opportunities for the people on the African continent. But more so, in its execution, a developmental public administration, therefore, is embedded in contributing to the success of the ACFTA. Thus, a public service and state that is developmental and fit for purpose is grounded in a public administration that is also developmental. And such a public administration is professional, it's highly experienced, it is capable, it is goal-directed and motivated. But more so, it possesses the capacity to fulfill the mandate of the government of the day and its objectives, and contributes to a strategic vision that brings about transformative change in society. A developmental public administration also maintains high ethical standards and an ethos of public service and administration as enshrined in Chapter 10 of the South African Constitution. It is also embedded in principles of Batupele and principles of Ubuntu. The expectations of a developmental public administration, meaning from you as the officials, comprises of expectations that are high, it's often challenging, and it functions in an internal and external environment that is vulnerable, often uncertain, complex, and also ambiguous. And ChatGPT summarizes these expectations of a developmental public administration in terms of 3 aspects. Firstly, you are supposed to impact society. You should promote economic development, secondly, and social change through the tenets of public management. And thirdly, your ultimate aim should be to achieve the developmental goals of the government of the day to improve the quality of lives of all citizens in this province. Hence, ladies and gentlemen, developmental public administration therefore focuses on and prioritizes collaborative relationships between the government, the private sector, as well as other sectors of society to foster economic growth as well as community development and advancement. In light of the commemoration of Africa Public Service Day and the theme, the Year of Acceleration of the African Continental Free Trade Area implementation, the role of such a developmental public administration is therefore to create and facilitate an enabling environment that will accelerate continental free trade, as well as the implementation of the framework of the ACFTA as a single market. Note that I emphasize and that I refer to a public administration to distinguish it from the mere activities that defines your daily role and activities as part of the field of the practice of public administration. But I also emphasize the developmental role that you as the public administration within the Free State provincial government should play in terms of executing your activities towards achieving the objectives of the ACFTA. Because in fact, it is you who are the custodians of a developmental public administration who stays agile, relevant, responsive, but also resilient in the execution of your daily duties. Against this background, Madam Program Director, ladies and gentlemen, from a provincial perspective, there are several strategies and approaches that could underpin a praxis of a developmental public administration and one that is fit for purpose, but contributes to achieving the objectives of the ACFTA and its implementation. Firstly, there's a need to support the positioning of local economies in municipalities to benefit from the single market for goods and services. This could be achieved through earmarked support and economic development programs that will also make the ACFTA single market accessible to entrepreneurs, local traders, and small businesses. In collaboration with municipalities, such support should be localized and located within the local economic development plans of municipalities. Secondly, there's also a need to look at targeted support for small business access to the ACFTA. The real impact of the ACFTA and this single market should be visible in the economic opportunities that municipalities and your department as DESTEA, as well as other provincial departments, facilitate for local traders, entrepreneurs, and small businesses in this province to benefit from the single market. Thirdly, it is important to look at identifying and promoting value-adding industries, which has the potential to contribute to harnessing economic growth in the province as a key step. Considering what you want these industries to do and the role that you want them to play within the provincial framework of this ACFTA single market is imperative towards engaging them and making such a role for them attractive. Your engagement with these industries should also result in outcomes that delineate how these industries see themselves contributing to the provincial economic goals within the framework of the ACFTA. The type of support needed by these industries, as well as challenges experienced that needs attention and government intervention, should be prioritized to facilitate their participation. Promoting value-adding industries within the ACFTA framework is essential for economic transformation in the province, but also in our municipalities. Strategies that encourages the development of these industries should contribute to promoting economic diversification and creating employment opportunities that will drive sustainable growth within our local economies, in our municipalities, but broadly within the province. Next, looking at nudging an investment attractive and enabling environment. To attract investment, a fit-for-purpose and a developmental public administration should look at ways and innovations to create an enabling and an investment-attractive environment through policies and incentives that are enabling for starting, retaining, and growing businesses within municipalities and within our province. You therefore have a very unique role to play in simplifying and streamlining bureaucratic processes, reducing time frames or turnaround times for application processes, and minimizing compliance procedures as well as associated costs, to make such an environment enabling and attractive. Such strategies towards achieving such an environment should be developed in collaboration with municipalities and within the framework of the district development model and its associated one plans. Next, it is also important to look at multi-sectoral partnerships between the public and private sector, but also civil society and the third sector. And this should be inherent to your practice to co-produce solutions and subsequent strategies that will enhance an enabling environment for investment. Using social innovation fundamentals, these partnerships should co-invest in resources that are required for the effective implementation of policies, strategies, as well as programs that supports a provincial framework for implementing the ACFTA. A policy discourse for investment is also fundamental, and looking at co-producing such a discourse is even more important. The investment goals for the province within the framework of the ACFTA should serve as a guideline to attract and retain investment. These investment goals which should set the tone for an investment policy trajectory, should be developed in collaboration with relevant stakeholders, such as, among other, your identified value-adding industries and relevant stakeholders. Co-producing responsive policies to enhance an investment attractive and conducive environment in collaboration with these stakeholders should be underpinned by co-planning, co-designing, co-delivering, and co-evaluation of such policies across the respective policy stages. Fundamentally, your policy should be agile to the changing global environment and the impact that it has on the African continent and this province. Lastly, monitoring and evaluation for impact is also critical. Strategies undertaken to facilitate access to the ACFTA should be evaluated for impact. Your value-adding industries, your multi-sectoral partnerships, and stakeholders should be part of these type of processes and devising of plans to monitor and evaluate the implementation of access to the trade area for impact for economic players of this province. These stakeholders should be inherent to setting benchmarks, tracking, reviewing, and adjusting performance and strategies. Madam Program Director, ladies and gentlemen, the African Continental Free Trade Area Framework and Agreement is significant for many reasons in respect of its earmarked prospects for economic growth. More notable is the moreover for this province and its people. It is imperative that your role as a developmental and fit-for-purpose public administration prioritizes infrastructure development in our municipalities, contribute to sustainable service delivery solutions in our municipalities, streamline regulatory frameworks, and promote good governance to attract investment. Small businesses and our local economies depend on your support as our provincial government, on your intervention and innovative strategies in collaboration with various stakeholders so that this province and its people can benefit from the single market for goods and services presented through the ACFTA. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. I'm going to keep her here for a minute. Yeah, what an informative session. If there are any questions, answers, clarity on the presentation that Doctor has just presented to us, this is the time so that I can release her. You will recall, ladies and gentlemen, that we've met her on Monday and we have engaged with her, and I'm happy that she was able to give us a slot and come and share this informative information with us. Any questions, any clarity that you would like to be cleared on through Doctor's presentation? I would like to give this minute or two so that we can be able to release the Doctor. Thank you. It is unfortunate for the one that are online. I wouldn't be able to take the questions. Is there a question online? Not yet, okay. Pardon? Oh, but we can. Okay, no, thank you. Oh, we can, okay. Online representatives? Online representatives, are there any questions that you can pose to the platform? Okay, Ndade, that side will then indicate and they will take that question. It seems, yeah, it's going once, going twice. Okay, I do see a hand right in front of me. Two hands, can you please assist me, colleagues? I've got two hands right in front. Ndade Hansi, and I couldn't get your name right, sir. Is Ndade Hansi and Mr. Vainand? We still got a chance to raise your hand, but let me give it to Ndade Hansi. Over to you.
Thank you, Program Director. Doctor, I just wanted to ask, or maybe to request you, to assist maybe with the minimizing the applications for maybe DESTEA in order to speed up funds for the small MMEs, and also just to enhance the speedy, because some of us, we have made more applications, but it seems to me it's a slow process that takes a long time. And then the other issue is that for this Free State to be a growing province, I really thanked or applaud the previous speaker for the nice presentation, but also the question is, please don't sell only the lip service. That is my plea.
Thank you, Tata Hansi. I think, Doctor, you've got the two. Okay, it's a comment and a question and a request. Okay, I've noted them as two. Ndade, you can go over to you.
Morning. My question is.
Good morning, sir.
Morning. My question is about the single market access for product and services. Is there any idea how this will work and how the single market will work at this stage? I know it's in the beginning phase, or exactly how it will work, and how will we tap into those single market for services and products?
Thank you, Mr. Vainand. Any other hand? Okay, I'm going to hand over to Doctor. I think some of the questions, some it was only the comment. The first one will be, how can you assist us? Now, DESTEA is us. It's me. How can you assist me as a public servant to speed up the processes of the applications? Isn't that so, Ndade Hansi? Perfectly so. And then the other one, let's not really do or have these lip service selling products that we may be selling. Isn't that so, Ndade? Thank you very much. Let me give over to a doctor.
Thank you, Program Director, and for those questions. So the first one relates to, if I understand it correct, the turnaround time that small businesses experience when they are submitting applications to DESTEA. I cannot really respond on that. I think the department will have to address that. But in the presentation, if I can call it a presentation that I made, I did highlight, those type of concerns really should be looked at, because it does have implications for businesses and for you to start your business or to perhaps sell your products, etc. So I think it will only be fair if DESTEA would answer that and engage you on that. But I do think, Madam Program Director, perhaps from the department's process and through opportunities for engagement with small businesses and local traders and entrepreneurs, it might be good, perhaps you have done it already, just to hear what some of those challenges are, to test the market, to hear what the concerns are and what the delays are, or the impediments from your side as a small business, or also what you are experiencing internally as the public administration in terms of your systems and processes, and what type of reforms might be needed to address that. I think that would be a good starting point, yeah. The second one was a comment concerning the lip service. I'm not sure if that's about the service of the department or other departments here in the province in terms of the services that they are rendering and whether there would be also opportunity to engage on that. Then the next question was about access to the single market by this gentleman. And yes, I also raised it because I really think that this opportunity, which is for Africa and the 55 countries that is part of this ACFTA framework and agreement, that we should not only see the economic impact at a macro level, but we should also see it within our communities, and the real impact should be visible when we can say that a small business from Botshabelo or somewhere here from the Free State is also a player in this African market. I don't have an answer for you yet in terms of how we're going to facilitate that access. I've highlighted it, and I think that in terms of the province, how they're going to position themselves in terms of also benefiting from this free trade area and the single market, it is important that they look at how are we also going to create opportunities for that entrepreneur, for women, for youth, for business people, also at the provincial level, but more importantly also at a municipal level. I think also a program director, as I have highlighted, for that it's important that there's engagement with municipalities as well to look at strategies in terms of access for small businesses, whether it's product development or other areas of support, linking a local producer with someone or a bigger company for trade or export, whatever the case may be. Those are the type of things perhaps that the provincial government, in collaboration with our stakeholders here in the province, your national departments, but also your municipalities and your small businesses will have to look at. I hope I've answered you. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor, for that response. Yes. Sorry. Thank you for the response. Just a second, Doctor. If colleagues can assist me with the token of appreciation, we really appreciate that you are here with us. Before we move over to our next speaker, that will be now just one speaker before the lunch hour. And I'm sure, ladies and gentlemen, you are still wide awake. I'm rest assured that you are wide awake based on the questions that are coming up on stage. But I'll encourage that the DESTEA is here. This is not only the DESTEA. We need to engage often with our SMMEs. As Doctor was stepping down, okay, he made mention of the linkages to the other markets. So what we've got and prepared in the department is the enterprises that we've been assisting, okay, exposing them to tap into the market out there. I would like the team to play the video of the enterprise. It's some of them, it's not all of them, but it's just some of them that exporting their products to different countries. And some that you'll see in the video gotten an assistance from the department based on financial and non-financial as well as market access. And somewhere, somehow we feel that those enterprises, they are ready to export. Okay, so if you can please call Doctor so that we can then appreciate, unless the time is against her. Yeah, let's move now to the next speaker. We will be afforded with the presentation from the Office of the Premier, okay? Ntate Moses Kau, okay? He is the Chief Director for Intergovernmental Relations in that office. He has traveled a lot. He's coming up on stage with wide experience, vast experience that he's gonna share with us. There is, I think the video now is ready to play. If you can just see the video, it's not that long. We will continuously, through the day, be playing that video. It's just to showcase. This is part of market access, where we're exposing the products of our enterprises to different platforms. Yesterday, day before yesterday, again, as I've mentioned, we were in an international expo. We call it CITEX in short. That is South Africa International Expo. We took some of our enterprises to exhibit or expose or display their product in that market. And we are indeed from that platform saying, go enterprises. That is where we are saying as a department, we are creating an enabling environment for you to market your product. Okay, so we are here today. We will then be calling on stage. Is the video playing? Sorry, I can't see the video. Is the video playing? Pardon? You can play the video as Ntatekau is coming in front. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Juan Botha. I'm from the company New Crane. We're situated in Bloemfontein. And behind me is the pre-cleaning facility. This is where we take our stock in. And it's been weighed here and make ready for the main plant. Over there is a pre-cleaned stock. That bag's there, pre-cleaned. Over here is a load ready for export. Then I can show you behind that wall is our cleaning facility. Weighing of the bags to make it exactly the correct number. Each bag have to be exactly 1,000 kilograms, and all the equipment is calibrated. Okay, this is our cleaning facility. It's a number of sieves, aspirators, gravitation tables, and they will put in the final product for export. And I want to thank DESTEA for the opportunity to be part of the business. Thank you.
Anya Fourie from Timeless Tomatoes. We started our business in 2004. It's a tomato business. We started with the fresh tomatoes and adding value to it, doing tomato processing. We are situated in near Betuli on a farm called Driefontein in the South Free State. We are well connected with DESTEA in Sida. They help us a lot. We are 10 years with them now, and yeah, without them, we couldn't have done it. First of all, how the process works with the tomatoes. We harvest the tomatoes from the tunnels. They are on the 40% shade net, and then the tomatoes are coming here after it is sorted. 90% of the fresh tomatoes are going to the markets, and 10% of the tomatoes we are adding value to. Doing like this is the cutting machine where we cut the tomatoes into slices, and the slices are dried in the drying facility. After the tomatoes are peeled, it is put into this machine, this pot that is working with gas, helping us with the electricity to bring it down. So the tomato jam, the tomato chutney, the tomato pastes and salad dressing are made in this pot. Okay, afterwards, when the tomato jam or chutney are ready, it goes down into the pipes, going to the filling machine, where the tomatoes are filled in the bottles, the glass bottles. We are getting our glass bottles from Consul in Johannesburg, so it is a bit expensive. So to do the glass bottles. But after the glass bottles, we are filled it, and then it goes to this machine where the bottles is washed. After that, it is go there where it is the sell by date is put on the products, and then after that the label machine where the label is put on. After that, it goes to the finishing room where the products are packed into boxes, ready to be exported or going locally to the markets in South Africa. Our markets are basically farm stalls, delis, and we are hoping to go into the chain stores from now on. We are HACCP accredited, and all the we have did all our accreditation, so it is up to standard. We have all in season, we have 15 people that is working for us, and they are basically local people from Venterstad, Burgersdorp, Petuli. It is a very, very poor community, so we are trying to use local people. And yeah, we are now 20 years into business and hoping to export in future. Yeah, thank you very much.
Yes.
Good day, my name is Frans Homsak. I am the plant manager of Vergesort Plant Oils. At Vergesort, we extract high oleic quality sunflower oil via a mechanical press from a specific GMO-free sunflower cultivar seed. Due to the uniqueness of this oil, it's much healthier than any other oil. This unique sunflower oil retains the versatile properties of normal sunflower oil. It also has a fatty acid profile equal to, or in some cases, better than what we are commonly referred to as healthy oils. Combine this intrinsic properties of high oleic sunflower oil with cold press, and the result is a true designer oil for the future. Our oil is highly recommended by leading nutritionists. It is ideal for diabetes, as well as people with colon-related problems, coronary heart disease, high cholesterol or lung disease, to name a few health benefits. High oleic oil can be used for deep frying, cooking, salad dressing, and has no greasiness. We are the only cold-pressed high oleic oil facility in South Africa. We retail in Woolworths, Checkers, and supply bulk oil to food manufacturers, especially the Banting market. We also import refined high oleic oil for the dry fruit market. We are located 28 kilometers from Bloemfontein Central on the Abrams-Kraal Road, Bainsvlei. We are located between sunflower producers that gives us a competitive edge. You can contact us through our website, www.vergesort.co.za, our landline 051-445-2544, or send an email to admin@vergesort.co.za. We have the following certifications: the Heart and Stroke Foundation, Cancer, Diabetes, Halal and Kosher, as well as the Seal of Stability through the University of the Free State. We also won the Product of the Year in 2013. I thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Manto Makhache. I'm the CEO of APQG Skincare Range. So I'm just going to quickly work through our workshop just to show you how we do things, right? So we're going to show you the whole process from when we start to produce the aqua stream. All right, just follow me. All right, in this machine, we put what we call the water phase. It will be the water phase that goes into this pot. And then on this other one machine, it will be the oil phase. Then from there, once they are hot, we take from the water phase and from the oil phase, and we put everything in here. You will see the gentleman is busy. And then from there, you whip everything. You can also fill in and check the film is already done in here. All right? And then from that, then you will pipe it through the machine. And then this is the distill filler. So this is the process that we use to pour in the aqua stream. Then from there, we will pour. After pouring, then it will be closed. Then we close the containers. And then from there, you have to follow me. And then we have the stickers, this machine is the one that will give you the expiry date together with the batch number. And then from there, we go there, that side, and this is where we will package everything once it's done. And from here, we are ready to hit the shops.
Okay, thank you. Those are just examples that we've got currently of the enterprises that are exporting and to be exporting their products. Okay, so we'd like to encourage the SMMEs at this moment to take their pride, because that is a pride to be an SMME, to be an entrepreneur, so serious, so that government, we are here to assist. We've got these different avenues that we can take you to where you want to be, okay? But we are depending on you again. I don't know whether I'm clear. We are depending on you for us to take you where you want to be, okay? By so saying, let me call upon Mr. Kau to honor us with the presentation.
That's okay, thanks. Dumelang hle, my name is, and also greetings to those online. My name is Moses Kau. I'm responsible for intergovernmental relations in the Office of the Premier. I'm not alone here. I'm with my colleagues there. I'm going to ask them to stand up. Ms. Shalin Rabi, Ntate Puso Matala, and Ms. Linda Lwadabi. Please take note of them. When you have time, exchange some contact details with them. They are the people who may be very helpful to you from the Office of the Premier. I do not know who is here, except that you are exhibitors, which is not very helpful. I imagine going to address a group of funeral undertakers, and my talk is about how we can solve the problem of people dying. So if I offend you, please understand me in that context. Also, in the program there, I think I must deal with that immediately, that the topic is fundamentals of Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. But you'd remember that that was the topic that was going to be addressed by Dr. Fauchier, who is an expert and I'm not. So my brief to come and talk to you, despite what the program says, is that coming from the Office of the Premier, I'm going to talk to you about the work that we do in the Office of the Premier. It may not completely be relevant to the topic here of the African Continental Free Trade Area, but it may be useful in the sense that it can help you to know the partnerships that are there existing, which you can use to fulfill your mandate around African Continental Free Trade Area. I've indicated that I don't know what areas you come from of your SMMEs. What are your products? I think it's another question that I have in my mind. I've seen a few products that are here, which is helpful. The other question is, do you have quantities? I know that in the past we have had engagements with the international community, take some of the SMMEs abroad, and the very first day that they are opening, in the next 2 hours your products are gone, all taken, but there's no capacity for you to produce, or capacity to take orders and be able to send to the people abroad. Maybe that is one of your engagements that you should have with DESTEA. What we may also do from the Office of the Premier side, we may engage with DESTEA and invite you next time when there are international visits that are coming into the province, so that you can have a similar function like this, where you exhibit and sell your products. But also, when the Premier undertakes visits abroad, we are now working on the visit of the Premier to China, to South Korea, to Singapore and Vietnam in September. But obviously it comes with a huge cost, but I'm sure that the DESTEA department will be able to assist those of you who will be going with the Premier. Our work revolves around South Africa's foreign policy. And you know that we come from a history of apartheid, where South Africa saw itself as an island of comfort in the sea of poverty, which is the African continent, or where South Africa saw itself as a European outpost at the southern tip of the African continent, to the extent that Lerona, have you heard when they interview Bafana players, but when we go and play in Africa, and then you ask us about where is this one? So we are on that stage where sometimes we actually don't know whether we are in the continent or we are not in the continent. Not only Bafana, even us, in the work that we do. The Office of the Premier, the Free State Provincial Government, has got cooperation with more than 38 countries all over the world. But check from those 38 countries, how many of them are African countries? So we have not done well also around cooperation with African countries. But we see the spirit here of the African Continental Free Trade Area, which means you are going to engage with countries in the continent, in West Africa, in East Africa, in North Africa, in Central Africa and Southern Africa. Maybe you need to also try to gear yourself up, your mind, mentality, and also in the work that we do and in the products that we are going to sell to those African countries that we are going to deal with. So my presentation really is just to show you a little bit of work that we are doing with other countries throughout the world. I will try to be brief also and run through them. And what we do in line with DESTEA, FDC, FSGLTA, Malutia Pofung, SEZ, and the work that they are doing there. The areas of cooperation that we have with these countries that we are talking about, one of them is economic development, agriculture, tourism, education, arts and culture, health, environment, public administration, social development, infrastructure, and governance. I'm sure that even though I said I don't know what kind of businesses you come from, they come specifically from those areas that I've already spoken about. I'll talk to the cooperation. One of the things that I've experienced in the number of years that I've worked or done this work is that we don't have that capacity to follow up on engagements. You may have engagements here with business people from other countries. Immediately, that function ends. So you may want to look at your capacity to implement the decisions that we make, your discussions, and also have follow-up. I'll make an example. We have cooperation with Belgium. In terms of the South African Constitution, we can't have cooperation with countries, but we can have cooperation with provinces in those countries. Now, in Belgium, there's a Boer and Bond. Maybe that's where Broeder Bond comes from. Boer and Bond is the largest agricultural union in the world, advising the European Union. Now, in that cooperation, one would have expected people like you to follow up on the things that we agreed on, particularly around agriculture. We have not been able to do that. We have cooperation with Maasmechelen. Maasmechelen is another city in Belgium for revitalization of post-mining. Maybe you being SMMEs, you are not really into that big machinery type of engagement, but I'm sure that you are also going there. Actually, you are not going to be emerging business forever. At some stage, you are going to see yourself as big business. We also have a cooperation with Antwerp region of Belgium around tourism promotion. They have Mano Mundo. Mano Mundo is their own Makufe. Now, the intention was that when we have Makufe, they will send us artists from Belgium to come and participate in Makufe. And when they have Mano Mundo, we'll also send artists. So those of you who are in arts and culture would be able to participate in such an engagement. Brazil, we've got cooperation around zero hunger programs, those who deal with food. There's a lot of hunger in a number of countries. Some of them do not have capacity to produce food for themselves. The Premier will be meeting with the ambassador of Qatar sometime this week, where the discussion will mainly be around production of food for export to Qatar. I'll skip the one around intermodal transport systems, rapid bus transport, and education, except to mention that the world is moving towards coding and robotics. If you go to Johannesburg, when you see Premier Panyaza, whenever they have engagements, most of the footage that you see on television is taken by the robot, the helicopter. Maybe you may want to also think about that. We've got cooperation with Brazil, Mato Grosso, around tourism again. How many of you are involved in tourism? Except those who are involved in tourism products that I'm seeing here. Litemba to tourism. You may also want to go into that space. We also have cooperation with Cuba on a number of areas. Cuba has got much more opportunities because of the American embargo. Now, when we deal with Cuba, there is what is called barter agreement. The Americans are making it difficult for you to interact with Cuba or for you to exchange when they have to pay you because they have to use United States dollars and so on and so on. Now, the barter agreement says, you then say, okay, now I'm in the business of pharmaceutical products. What do I do? If you want pharmaceutical products for 1 million, which you can get from Cuba, you then ask yourself, they don't have radio, they don't have globes, and so on. Now you take your 1 million, you go and buy globes for 1 million, and you send the globes to Cuba, and in return, you get pharmaceutical products. Kiona barter agreement that is happening. We have not really done a lot of work around our cooperation with Cuba, except on 3 levels where we send students for medical studies in Cuba. That we have done well. We had more than 200 students who went to Cuba to study medicine with the intention of having at least 2 doctors, medical doctors in each of our towns in the province. We also have a lot of doctors that we recruited from Cuba who are in hospitals in Pekulong. I think Pekulong is in Bethlehem, Veritas, Dikhabeng, Bongani, Mufamahadi Manapo, Mupedi Regional Hospital, and Botshabelo and National Hospital, where we've got doctors that came from Cuba, arising from the cooperation that we have. And we also have a lot of Cuban engineers that have been appointed in human settlement. In China, I'll just mention, just to illustrate, we don't have capacity to follow up on the agreements that have been done. And we have cooperation with Anhui province, where they built the Harib Dam fish hatchery. Those who come from Harib would know that there is a fish hatchery there. The intention of the fish hatchery was to produce fish for food security of the people of Harib and also for export to China. I'm not sure how much we have succeeded in doing that. Then Jindezhen. Jindezhen is a city in China which makes pottery. Pottery le bitsa China. It is called China because it comes from that particular city in China called Jindezhen. And the intention was to assist us to establish a pottery plant or factory in Steynsrus and Viljoenskroon. When you know the geography of the Free State, you'd know that between Kroonstad and Koppes, you can make a mine of clay, taking the clay from that area to make pottery. So some of you may want to venture into that type of business, pottery. Of course, we've got also cooperation with France. I'll not waste time on that. And cooperation with Germany, where we took students to go and study mining. In Germany, they call it sustainable mining and remediation management. When I looked at remediation, remediation is isolating contaminated material in pre-existing tailings storage facilities, capping tailings and waste rock piles with clean topsoil, and collecting and treating any contaminated mine water. Now, when one of the speakers here spoke about Jackarsfontein and the disaster there, you then find that those students that we have are actually very critical part of what we need to assist the people of Jackarsfontein with the problem that they have. Now, some of the few countries in Ghana that we have cooperation with, which can help you with this African continental free trade area, it's Ghana. We have cooperation with Ghana, but it's mainly around traditional leadership, mainly around agriculture, and there'll be cooperation between a city in Ghana and Mangaung Metro Municipality, cooperation in education, and cooperation in economic development and trade. Lesotho, which should be the obvious one, where we have a lot of cooperation. I'm not sure with your businesses, you have any cooperation with businesses in Lesotho or this work we are doing, but we've got cooperation around issues of health, education, agriculture, tourism, water for obvious reasons, and issues of cross-border crime, security, and policing. I know that DESTEA is doing some work with Lesotho around textile industry and tourism, and we are hoping to take that further. Malaysia may not be completely relevant to you here. The cooperation is around Petronas, Sasol Chem City Venture, the Grand Prix in Malaysia, which is expected to assist Pakisa Freeway, and investment and twinnings, and so on and so on. Mozambique also, there are opportunities. They are mentioned in this country so that my colleagues that I've introduced here, if you say, hey, I want to see what I can benefit from cooperation with Mozambique and so on and so on, my colleagues will give you that kind of information later on. But in Mozambique, we've got cooperation with Gaza Province, Shai Province, Nampula Province, and I think it's only also because we've got a large Portuguese community in Velcom, maybe because of the mines. There are also opportunities in the Russian Federation. There's a lot of opportunities there for export. When I asked the first question around capacity, do you have capacity? Is that you'd go to a country like Russia, labua more, you want to establish cooperation, and then they say they want meat. Now, now you are a farmer, and when you want to now talk details about how much do they want and so on, then they say, we want 5,000 cattle per day. Now, it will go like a business immediately, once they talk 5,000, because then they would, for a cow or a cattle, they would use the hide or the skin. The company is making deceit study aeroplanes. Now you can imagine in terms of quantity what they want, plus they need meat. So think about those things again when you engage in business with these countries. Singapore, Lots of opportunities for agro-processing, for those of you who are into agro-processing, lots of opportunities for food and beverage. And South Korea, it's a good example of us not following up on agreements, but lona kere, jalo ka le bo madi business, le bo radi business, you'll be able to say, no man, but Office of the Premier spoke about opportunities in South Korea. Let me go and sit down with them. I want to follow up on those opportunities. South Korea would say, we know that we've got cherries in Setsoto, in the Fixback area. We want to assist you to establish a factory for the canning of cherries for export to South Korea. So that opportunity is there for those who are interested. South Korea is also assisting us with solar energy and solar plant in Kharib area. Then there's also an opportunity for cooperation with Tanzania, which is mainly around sports, arts and culture, and opportunities around heritage and heritage sites, and opportunities around education. Then Uganda, there's also opportunities for cooperation with Uganda. But Uganda is also a good example of us not being able to follow up on these international opportunities or agreements that are made. When I started, I spoke about Belgium and Boer and Bond. One of the advice they gave us was that, hey, forget about dipoho, bulls, when you are a farmer. You can buy sperm. They call it by a nice name of semen. Just have female cattle and buy semen, and then you can produce even much faster than you wait for the bulls. And I think, if I remember well, the farmer who stays in that area next to the windmill casino, Kahola usually see those manamani, hundreds and hundreds of them. That farmer is using sperm to produce those cattle. It's one farmer that was able to follow up on opportunities and discussions that were raised. One of the things that we had in Uganda, BMW needed a cowhide, but the problem with South African hide is the quality, because the khomotsarona, when they want to, but when they want to scratch, because the farms are surrounded by fence that has got, now it damages the skin. Now in Uganda, the farms there are surrounded by a hedge, and it keeps the quality of the skin in top condition. And that is the kind of skin or hide that BMW would want to use for the seats of the BMW cars. And one of the farmers was able to do that, come back, change the fence. I hope, gentlemen, you are not leaving because I'm talking of farmers. One of the farmers that we was part of our engagements came back and changed their farm into hedge around the ends of the farm, and it kept, like they said, it kept the quality of the skin at top condition, and the farmer is exporting that hide to BMW, and that is the hide that is used to manufacture car seats, BMW car seats. United States, I'm not going to touch on that. South Africa, United States, so I'll leave that. But there's work that they are doing around Nampo in Botterville. I think I've come to the end of the presentation, colleagues, but I've already indicated that my presentation, if you find it irrelevant, is that it is not necessarily talking to the African Free Trade continental area, because we have not really done a lot of work with fellow African countries, but it may assist you to identify the opportunities that are there and see how you can join those opportunities and your cooperation with other countries with the work that you want to do around African Continental Free Trade Area. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Ntate Kau. I'm glad, though, that you've made mention of Uganda when you were engaging on the opportunities that we've got. Thank you for sharing us with the value proposition that you have in the province as the leading department on the intergovernmental relations. So, yeah, SMMEs, those value proposition that we've that he had presented here. He made mention of agro-processing. I do see SMMEs that are in an agro-processing space. I mean, we have seen this video that was shown. There's a tomato there, they are on the agro-processing element. Made mention of food and beverages. There are some enterprises that we took on Monday, Tuesday, and Sunday to showcase their products on food and beverages at the Citex. Made mention of clothing and textile. I mean, here in the room as well, we've got 4 enterprises that have displayed their products. I mean, we've got the clothing element there right in the corner on my right, on my left as well. We've got some manufacturing of shoes that are there. So it's a pity the online people, I think we will be able to see it through the video moving around. So Ndadeta, we thank you very much for touching base on those sector opportune fundamentals. For now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to, what time is it now? Please help me. We are going to break for just to have an interval for our lunch, to have our lunch. I think it's ready over there. And in the meantime, before you go for lunch, please go through our stalls and look at those garments, look at those products that have been displayed there, and please do buy. I would like to encourage you to buy. I mean, they've taken their time, put their things here as much as is more of a networking session, business to business session, exposure of their products. Please do buy. Another thing that is very important to you SMMEs, Ndate Kau touched base on it when he started the presentation. It's a production capacity. It's one thing to manufacture or to have whatever that you're doing. It's another thing to have a capacity. Do we have capacity? I think that is where now we need to up our game. The production, the capacity part of it. Quality, I think it's good now. But the capacity, are we able to meet the demands that we are faced with? What is it that you need to do? Come up with those innovative ideas, okay? That will assist you to meet those demands, okay? Is your value chain, is your value chain tight enough? Do you need assistance from us to link you to some of the enterprises so that you can complete that value chain? Because again, it's one thing not to have a capacity, but it's another thing to engage with an enterprise that is producing the very same product as you, and you team up together and then you produce. You come up with an agreement, you then export the product. Okay, so I think one of the things under public administration, it encourages us to promote that professionalism and cascade it down to our enterprises and encourage them to have that linkages amongst themselves so as to complete the whole value chain. Okay, so can I get an indication? Is our food ready? If not, there are some questions, clarity-seeking questions that would like to pose again. This is another 2 or 3 minute opportunity, specifically on this presentation that we have just been afforded. I think it's a very important presentation because he touched base mostly on opportunities available. How do you grab those opportunities as an enterprise? Okay. Going once, some questions, some clarity. Any hand? Online, I've seen on Facebook, there's some comments that are on Facebook. We will read them as we go on. There are people that have connected. We really appreciate and thank you for your time. Indeed, with the ones that are sitting here, thank you very much, the enterprises. Okay. There is a question. Ndate, you can stand up, your name, your business, and then you can pose a question or make a comment. If not on business, it's okay, you can, yes.
All right, my name is Tladi Khanyeti. I'm originating from DESTEA.
Pardon, we couldn't hear that. Ndate Tladi?
My name is Tladi Khanyeti.
Yes, Ndate.
I'm originating from DESTEA.
Divetstop, yes, Harib district.
No, Moteo district.
Divetstop, oh, Muteo.
Yes.
Muteo, no, is it Muteo? Mangaung?
It's Mangawi.
It's Mangaung, thank you. Yes, Ndate.
Active, I just want to address a few things. Do you know what? Normally, we have this nice presentation. They are very interesting. But when after this session is gone, those people that are presenting, they are disappearing. That's number one. Number two, we will be taught that come to the government, come and knock to us, we will help you, we'll do all those things. And number three, I think there are this kind of sessions, they are very so much important. I'm not trying to be political, but I'm trying to state the fact, because at the end of the day, they are affecting us at the end of the day. Number three, it's normally these kind of sessions, they will invite only a few people. They cannot reach out to those who really need help. I think I have 4 proposals that I'm scared to disclose it now. Maybe I'll go and speak to that I think they can change Free State up to Akitibi up to. Thank you.
Thank you, Ndate Tladi. I'm taking all of the notes, I don't know where my notes are. Okay. It's basically regarding the sessions that we are having. If I can round up based on the session, yes, Ndate, we do reach out to people. Sometimes we then get a response to say that other people, they are unable to attend the session. But the ones that have attended the session, they do get information and they take the baton forward. Hence, the opportunities that have been presented here, Ndate even mentioned his team to say that we are there. So I will encourage that you reach out to that specific department for assistance, to those specific people. Sometimes I often see that is my personal perception. I often see that we knock maybe in the other doors that we're not supposed to knock on those doors, okay? Then we are being referred to relevant jobs, doors at a later stage. But I'll encourage that, keep on coming to us. I'm not gonna talk on behalf of DESTEA, but I'm from DESTEA. Keep on coming to us. We will give you, or we will point you into the direction where we're supposed to go, okay? For the proposals, okay, I've got it. For the proposals, you've mentioned that you've got 4 proposals. For the proposal that you have, I will encourage you to then meet with the team Yandategao. For them, they will read the proposal. And if it doesn't suit their unit, they will refer you to the relevant unit. Okay? Because you find out sometimes these proposals, when they come to that sport, they are not executing at that sport. It gets executed at the other level in the other sport, or to be specific, in the other department. So they will receive it and then they'll refer it to the relevant department. Okay. I think I've touched base on the few people I got my notes and the presentations. The presentations, yes, we are receiving such good presentations like this morning, okay? It's up to an entrepreneur to make the follow-up on those presentations. As the department, as the government, we provide a conducive environment. We provide information. We provide everything for you, okay? Either financial or non-financial. But the follow-up from this end, from here, okay, it's then you need to go to the relevant unit. I think now I'm repeating myself. But in Ntate, you are more than welcome to engage with the team. We've got DESTEA team here. My team, Bo Mutseki, Bo NG, they are here. DESTEA team from the different units as well, under the Economic Development Branch. Some of them, they are here. So you are more than welcome to engage with them. Okay. Now, I'm not only referring to Ntate Cladi, I am referring to the enterprises that seeks information, that want to be assisted. Please do come to us. We've got indeed some testimonies that as government, we do assist. As the department, we do assist under financial and non-financial. Okay. So, kibona Ntate ka mani a emisitseng letsoho. Ntate o ntse re thusa ka online platform. Whether is there any question or is a question? Okay, thank you, Ntate. You can come through with the question.
Okay, outside this, I'm an artist manager. I manage a number of artists in the Free State. And one of them is in Europe. He's doing quite well. And I wish that the province can spotlight him, because he's at the level, or starting to become at the level of Black Coffee, Napa, Shinza, and I feel that the department is not giving, or the province is not giving enough spotlight on him, so that it also encourages other artists to see that it is possible. My question is on maybe the department as well as the Office of the Premier. I would like to know which, okay, we are currently doing an event in Germany, together with this artist. The aim is to export Free State artists to the international market. So the event, we're taking a local DJ from Tabanchu. Everything we're doing it ourselves from pocket, so we'll be paying for flights, everything. I would like to know if the Office of the Premier or the department, because maybe it can also fall under tourism, can you be able to assist so that we can export more? Because currently we are doing 2 events. The first event is Control Fest. It is an Afro-Tech event where we have this specific person going, we're paying for flights, everything, like I said. We take him to Germany. He's going to play at Control Fest, and then he's going to also have a mini tour of three countries, I think, if I remember well. So he's gonna play at other events. And then the other one is Pizza Fest. That one is for Mapiano. We also want to do that event that side. Because now what's happening is, especially with Mapiano and Afrotech, The international market sees the potential, they do events, they bring an artist, they make money, the artist goes back with payment, but we're basically creating a market for them. But when we could take the same artist, do the event that site, and then that way we are able to export more artists, especially specifically from the Free State. So that is what we are currently embarking. So I don't know if the department. Thank you.
Thank you, Ndate. There goes an assistant manager using this platform, which is a good platform, promoting artists. Okay, using the very same platform. Why are we here? Why are we here? Which is good, Ndate. Thank you very much for promoting your artist in this platform. The second one referred to DESTEA as well as the Office of the Premier. I will then encourage you, Ndate, to meet with us, and then we then outline what is it that you need to do. Yes, you've spoken about the feast, you've made an example, we do understand, but we need really to dig deep and understand what is it, so that we can then refer you to the relevant unit or the relevant department. Okay. I think it's okay like that, if you agree with me. Okay. Dr. Gau, I guess whether I would like to say something regarding that part. Ladies and gentlemen, remember we said this is an engagement session. Let's engage. From here, I'm going to give to Dr. Gau to make a comment on that is or whatever overalls session, and then we are gonna break for lunch. As you go for lunch, please, ladies and gentlemen, we've got 4 exhibitors exhibiting their products. Yeah, do pass, or we'll do the site visit later. However, do pass to those stalls and look at the product, not just looking, buy. Thank you. Ndate?
Thank you very much for the 2 questions. It was German, and when the Germans talk about fest, it's where they talk about a lot of drinking. But I think I need to correct you, artist manager. We are saying the province is not giving your artist spotlight, but we don't know about the artist. Wabana, where we should start. Does the province know about such an artist? Once they know, then they can give the spotlight and assistance. I'll make an example. This morning, I had a meeting with Mayor Sibongile Mngoma. She's taking a group of young Free Staters. They call themselves City of Roses Choir. She's taking them to South Korea. And she's going to be assisted with about 1.9 million to do that. So the assistance can be there if you talk to the right people. The other thing, Menges, is conduit. I agree, when you are here, you are all here because of DESTEA. The question that should be asked is individually, where do you belong? You may be here because of DESTEA, but you are in the business, your health, or health products, or medical products, and so on. Then it means DESTEA should be used as a conduit towards that department. That is the department that will assist. So just use this platform to get where you should be, handled. Mengeza, the work that we do, I always explain to our colleagues to say, the work that we do in the Office of the Premier is when you go to the airport, whether it's OR Tambo or any other airport, you see planes landing, others going. You see buses taking passengers to planes or passengers from planes. You see those trackers taking luggage to planes and so on. So that is the work that we do. We don't fly planes, we don't drive buses, we don't drive trackers and so on and so on. But we are doing that kind of coordination. So we can assist you with coordination, assist you with the information that you need around what's happening all over the world. We can even assist you with what we call country profiles. For instance, we are talking about Germany. We can give you information around protocols around Germany, the do's and don'ts in Germany, and give you the political relations, political profile, and so on and so on. So that information we will be able to share with you. The other problem is terminology. Phone that number and ask any type of questions you want to ask for advice. Then the colleagues will be able to give you feedback. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Ndate. Thank you very much. So we have come to the end of our first session. We will then break for lunch. Our lunch will be now at 1 o'clock until 1:45, okay? From 1:45 till 2 o'clock, please go around. We're gonna take a site visit to the store. And then from then, we will convene at 2 o'clock. As we convene at 2 o'clock, there's only 2 speakers left. We've got a representative from the DTIC who will then be presenting the incentive export marketing and investment assistance incentives that they provide for specifically on enterprises that want to export their products, access to market basically, okay. And the second speaker, the last one for the day, will then be the representative from SARS. Remember now, when you export, import, there is this element of customs. So we've got a representative from SARS who will share any information with us regarding that. And then after that, we'll then be having closing remarks, and that will be it for the day. Yes, in between, we'll still be allowing those engagement questions and answers. Yeah, I think time now, it's 1 o'clock. Please enjoy your meal. It's been served right at the back. Yeah, there are ladies there. You will direct us, how do we go, so that we observe each other's space. And then you come back and sit in your table, and you have your delicious lunch, and then we do the walkabout. Thank you very much for now. Let's convene at 2 o'clock. Thank you. My papers. Ngiyayimbuza
how do you trade. Further, we want you to be able to use modernized system that will make your life much easier and seamless. And then, for those ones who are not complying, we want to make it hard for them. We want to pose penalty on them. Thank you. So you ask yourself, now that I want to trade internationally, and I don't know what I need to do, or even I have the product that I want to take across the borders, I want to take it to Zimbabwe, I want to take it to Lesotho, what do I do with this product of mine? The first things first is for you to first register as a customs client. So you need to register first as an importer and an exporter. And this is stemmed in our Customs and Excise Act of 91 of 1964. However, just for interest's sake, we have been amending it, and because now it doesn't speak to what currently is happening, so we're going to have a new Customs Act, which is the NCAP. But however, I'll just I'll share with you how do you apply. Right. So before you apply, there are two, can you go to the next slide, please? Okay. There are two ways that you can apply as a customs client. One, you can visit our branch offices, and the other one is through our online services. And who can apply? You're probably thinking, who can apply? It's people like yourself who are registered as entrepreneurs, as SMEs, who want to trade internationally and even across our borders. And this person needs to be 18 and above. And this person needs to be registered with the income tax and VAT, or even VAT if VAT is applicable to them, right? And if you are applying physically, you need to have our DA 185 form with the proof of address, as well as a proof of telephone account and banking details. And esteemed guest, all this information that I'm providing, I'm telling you, is available on our website. So if you should not get everything that I'm saying, you will know that you can go to our website to check the documentation that you need to submit when you need to apply for customs code. So we have a new system, which is the RLA system. It was established in 2020. And this RLA system is actually integrated. It's integrated within the e-filing platform. This is because we want to modernize. We want you to be able to do your own registration. So this enables you to be able to apply as a registrant, and you are able to check how far is the status of your application. Can I go to another line, please? What are the benefits for you using the RLA system? As I said, first of all, it's easy. It's easy because it's on filing. It's accessible. It improves management capability. What I mean by that is that you are able, when you have applied for your customs code, you are able to track how far is my application. You don't have to call the contact center to ask, where's my application now, but you are able to manage that. Furthermore, you are able to also add, if I was a clearing agent, you're able to add other people that you'll be clearing on their behalf. And it's an automated system. So you get your notification electronically at any time. You can use it 24/7. There's no limit. Otherwise, as opposed to a branch office, you will have to go to the branch. Our branches are open 7:30 till 4:30. But with the RLA system, you are able to use it at your own comfort, at the comfort of your home. So it's much convenient. As I said beginning, the e-filing portal has been there for the longest time. I know that you're probably familiar with it when you are doing your income tax return or anything, or updating your details. So it's simple and secured, convenient, and it's easy for you to submit documents. You don't have to come to the branch to submit the documents. So, esteemed guest, the e-filing portal can be found in our website, which is www.sars.gov.za. And as you can see on the right-hand side, sorry, can we just go back a little bit? Sorry. On the far right-hand side where you see the portal where it says e-filing, login, and that is where you'll find the RLA system. But you need to create your profile. We can go forward. So once you have created your profile, once you have created your profile and you want to do your import and export, you will have the tabs that will show you on the profile that you click importer or exporter and so forth, but it will guide you. And I know this might be a lot of information that I'm giving you at this moment, but we have materials. We have the video content that shows you step by step on how to do your RLA submission. But however, when you have done it, you will get a notification, application has been successful, and you will have your reference number. This reference number, you use it to track your application, or even when you have to check it again on the RLA system. And then once it has been finalized, let me just also let you know that there are two types of applications. You get the registrations, you get your licensing. Your registrations is your importer and exporter applications. Then you get the licensing, whereby now maybe you have a storage warehouse, or you are a clearing agent, or you have a rebate store, or you have a manufacturing warehouse. Those ones fall under licensing. So when you receive your letter, it will either say registration or licensing certificate. And this is the type of notification that you will get once your application has been approved. Furthermore, that the registration application takes 5 working days, while the licensing takes 21 working days. When, let's say you want to register your manufacturing warehouse. With your manufacturing warehouse, you will submit your application. However, the steps for you to get there, it needs other interdependency within SARS, which is your inspectors and the people that will do a risk assessment. So that is why the licensing takes longer than 5 working days. That's why it takes 21 working days, because there's other interdependencies, because they will have to come and assess your manufacturing warehouse. They will also have to do a risk analysis on your commodity that you are probably importing or exporting. And also the risk factors as a business. Are you feasible? Will you be able to sustain your business and so forth? So that is why it takes longer. But however, you will get to this point of view where you get your approval later. Then colleagues, before we go to tariff determination, I know some of you might be interested because the topic for today was the African Union, the AFTA. As an exporter, you can export to anywhere. Anywhere, you can export anywhere. But South Africa has made an agreement with certain countries. Like for instance, we have a duty-free trade between South Africa and these countries that I'm going to name, which is Botswana, Lesotho, Namibia, Eswatini. And this will make it to stimulate our economy, to make it easier for you to trade as a South African entrepreneur. That's the SACU agreement. Then we have the African Development Community Free Trade Agreement, which was established in 2012. This allows duty-free trade amongst 12 of the 15 members in the SADC region. Then we have the Euro, I'm sure you've heard of that, the one, it's European Union agreement that came to effect in 2000 and has a progressive free trade agreement that has become a cornerstone in the regional trading landscape. South Africa has also negotiated an agreement with European Free Trade Association, and the United Kingdom. That's the other agreement that we have. And South Africa, through the SADC, has finalized negotiation of phase 1 of the free trade agreement, like the SADC, the East African Community, the Common Market Eastern South African, which is COMESA, into the free trade area as well. And lastly, not colleagues, sorry, esteemed guest, we have also the South Africa is also a member of the newly launched one, which is the African Continental Free Trade Area. However, I need to note to you that it hasn't become active as yet, but there are still negotiations that are happening within the SARS regime. I hope that clarifies that, I mean, not the tariff heading, but the trade agreements that you can actually have or even access. And then, okay, to bring it to light and make it easier for everyone to understand, what is tariff determination? Okay, let's say now I am a farm producer and I'm producing, let me bring it to light. Maybe I'm producing pellets, the wooden pellets, the carriers for things or whatever. And as South Africa, in fact, as South Africa, we are bound by the World Customs Organization. And the World Customs Organization has made it mandatory, all the countries that belong in the World Customs Organization, that we have uniformity on how do we declare, what rate of duty is applicable, and what commodity that we have, which is now we have a harmonized system. So these are the powerful tool to support actions in the international trade. Because anyone can say, no, I'm charging this. Anyone can say, no, this is my one. But we have a uniform way of how we classify goods and what customs duty are applicable for a certain good. Now, I said I'm producing pellets, or rather, let me make it so simple as a pen. I'm producing pens, and I want these pens I want to export these pens that I have produced. And my pen, now, remember there's a different types of pens, right? And these pens need to be classified in different ways. You get Parker pen, which have steel. You have a big pen, which I'm holding right now. Let me just put my camera on. This one. Oh, can you see this? Okay. This is a big pen. And this big pen is made out of plastic. So when we come to classification, we need to know what is it that we are looking at. How is it made? This one directly is made out of plastic, and there's an ink in between it that's made out of a different material. But basically, this, I can say that it's a ball pen made out of plastic. And what is it used for? Definitely, it's used for writing. But I'm sure you have seen pens that have knives, or pens that have lighters, or pen that is used for different usages and things like that. So for us to have uniform way of classifying a good or imported good, we need to know what is it first, how is it made, and what is it going to use for. So those are the general rules that we apply in customs. And it's quite an intense way that we look at it, because there's 6 rules. And that's how you define the commodity that comes in or even out of our country. So why do we need to classify? Let me switch off my camera. Number one, I said we need to know the rate of duty that is applicable for that commodity. We need to identify or establish additional duties that are payable in that imported commodity. Furthermore, for our international trade, because we need to know that what goods are being exported or imported within South Africa. And then furthermore is that we find our trade agreement. The trade agreement, remember, as I said, in the previous slide, in fact, what I was sharing with you were that these countries that we have agreements with, it's free duty countries where you will not pay duties on it. Then we also have to determine as SARS that what goods are you bringing? Are you bringing prohibited goods? Are you bringing things like drugs, things like armory? Are you bringing things that are restricted like medicine, parts of medicine, because there's certain things that we restrict? Or are you bringing now things that are rated, which is your car parts and so forth? Then comes the compliance part now, because in as much as you have done everything, you need, as a trader, you need to know that I need to be compliant with SARS, because I don't want to find myself on the other side. So we always advise our people that have been registered or licensed, if should you move your business, like for instance, you had your storage warehouse and you decide that, I'm finding a cheaper one where I can go, where maybe it's closer to the airport, then I'm saving more cost. When you do those changes, you need to notify us within 7 working days. You need to inform us that you are moving your premises and now you are moving to another one. Any changes that you have made, whether your address, the directorship, that needs to be notified within 7 working days. Furthermore, because you might be interested, now that I'm registered as an importer and an exporter, how do I move these things across? Ladies and gentlemen, you need to have your declaration. You need to have your EDI. EDI is a system that interchanges information that we use within SARS. And the declaration, which is a CCD document, you need to submit it and declare that I am moving 1,000 pens across. So when you have not declared to us, you have contravened. So penalties will be posed, right? So you need to be careful that you are in line with the SARS policies, with the customs policies. But we will share all that information at the end of this. Where do I find that information? Furthermore, esteemed guest, you need to keep your records. You keep your records for 5 years. Because should we come back and say we want to see your documentation, even for the declaration, you keep it. Because there's post-clearance where people come and just do a desk audit on the commodity that you have been transacting or you've been importing or exporting. So in cases like that, you need to have your documents all kept safely. So where do I access these documents? You access them at our page. SARS is big, excuse me. SARS is a big organization. However, we have our web page. Sorry, my throat was getting a little bit dry. Itu, can you please go to the previous one? Sorry. My throat was getting a little bit dry. I'm sorry for that. We have our web page, which is the custom excise page, accessible in our website. And there you can access the information that I have alluded to. How do I apply registration and licensing, declaration, tariff determination, and so forth. And then, as we said, we want to go digital. We want to modernize things. So you register on e-filing. You can find us on our LinkedIn page. You can find it on our Facebook. You can find us on Twitter as well. But as I said, we have a SARS YouTube channel. Please, can you just make some time and look through our YouTube, because it has a wealth of knowledge on every every product that we are doing as SARS. But specifically, you can go look at our RLA a video that shows you step by step how do I apply on the RLA system? And I forgot to just inform you, our wonderful esteemed guest and our colleagues, that we have Ndwa there physically, one of our colleagues that is there, that will be taking the questions. And the questions, we might not answer all the questions today, but we will definitely, through your permission, send you an email and give you feedback and responses. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Ate, thank you very much for the informative presentation regarding the export promotion as well as touching to the tariff classification. You've made mention of the two applications that one needs to do based on the registration as well as the licensing. Further, you have encouraged our enterprises to go to the system. Enterprises, we are on 4IR or what IR are we at currently? But there's lots of information that you can access on the system of SARS. And I'm happy that you have opened our eyes and reminded us on the duty-free countries whereby we can be easily accessing those countries. You've mentioned of the 4 first under the AXACO, and then you've mentioned of about 12 of them in the region, southern region, that we can access as a duty-free. So I think those are the countries that we can start tapping at, because really, as much as we would like to export, we are looking at the profits, making a profit on our enterprises. So yeah, I think the SARS representatives is amongst us. If there are any other questions, clarity-seeking questions from the floor, online, you're welcome to type on the chat box there. If there are any other clarity-seeking questions, we can then use, or yeah, if it's the right word, let's tap into the official of SARS that is here and hear what people are coming up with. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, any other seeking questions? It was a whole lot of information, wealth of knowledge, but I'm happy that we've got a representative here. I'm happy that we have been directed into the website of SARS. So in the absence, going once, going twice, yeah, I think in an absence of questions for now, I know it is for now. Other people are like me, I need to sleep over and then I'll then contact the SARS representative. We'll appreciate, Ate, that the gentleman that is with us here will leave the contact details so that we can then get clarity if need be. But I really like to encourage people to go on site. I mean, it's simple. It's really simple. Those portals that are there, the videos, please do watch those videos. They are so simple as ABC. Okay. So Ate, I thank you very much with your team that side. Thank you very much. We really appreciate your time. Thank you and goodbye. Okay. So thank you very much, SARS. Now we are moving over to the DTIC, our sister department. Now I'm calling upon on stage Mrs. Rulani Hlongwane. Mrs. Rulani Hlongwane is from the DTIC. She will then be presenting the offerings that are there. Sorry, I'm choking as well. The offerings that are there at the DTIC regarding the export promotion. Okay, over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As she introduced me, I'm Rulani Hlongwane, and I'm from the Department of Trade and Industry and Competition Commission. And today I'll be delivering a presentation which is very short and straightforward. So I won't be consuming much of your time. I will cut the chase. So, and I'm unable to see if the slide is on, so just give me a signal if you're ready. Are we good? Okay. Remember the one that says export marketing and investment assistant? Okay. Okay, it's fine. Let me try and make a brief introduction. Then you will be able to receive the presentation through your representative officer. The DTIC is big. Okay, thank you so much. The DTIC is big, or let me rather say broad, and it has various divisions and offerings as well. But unfortunately today, we're not here, all of us, so you're gonna get a glimpse of what the DTI can offer, not everything. But if you're in contact with your rep officer, she will be able to allude some of the information that we might pack for her. I'm from the unit that specifically deals with marketing of SMMEs or emerging exporters or South African exporters. So export marketing and investment assistance is an incentive that offers by the DTIC to partially compensate exporters for costs incurred in respective of identifying new and developing export markets for SA products and services and recruiting a foreign direct investment. So we provide marketing assistance in order to develop new export markets and grow the existing markets. We assist with the identification of new export markets through market research, and we assist companies to increase their competitiveness by supporting the patent and the registrations as well. We assist with the facilitation of the foreign direct investment through the tools that I will allude on my presentation going forward. And we increase the contribution of the BEEs, the SMMEs of the South African economy as well. So we have criteria as to who qualifies, because it's not everyone who can just walk up in the morning and say, I want to export or I want to expose myself into the international market. You need to have a certain criteria, which you should be a registered South African company, a manufacturing company, or a service company. you should be a South African export trading house or a commission agent or South African export councils, industry association, joint action groups, or a cooperative. All these, you don't have to be all of them. You either one, right? So all entities should have traded for more than one financial year in order for us to assist you with our incentives. And you should be export ready. By so doing, export readiness, it doesn't come overnight. It's a process. And as I indicated that the DTI is broad, we have the division that deals with export readiness. So if we have interested people or interested group, we can organize the event where we can say now we are preparing SMMEs or we are preparing a group to be export ready. So it's not something that we just say we want you to be export ready and then you, boom, you come overnight, you are an exporter. We do have programs that you have to attend and you get a certificate and then we say now you qualify. Okay, funding will be available for one person per company. We only have an exception where a company owner or a company representative is somehow physically disabled, where we can offer the incentive to the second person who will be assisting the person who will be representing the company as well. So as I said, I will allude when we go further, the tools that we use to assist the South African company to market themselves. Are we moving together? Okay, thank you. Okay, because I'm unable to see. All right. We have national pavilions and group missions. With the group missions, we have 4 categories. It's outward trade missions, the outward investment mission, the inward buying mission, and the inward investment missions. The national pavilion, it's the event that has been organized by the DTIC in order for the exporters or the SMMEs to showcase their local product in the international market in a form of an exhibition. Kind of like the setups that we have at the back, but in a more professional way. Companies participating under the National Pavilion have an advantage of group participation and leading local and international trade fair. These companies are clustered together according to its sectors or combination of the multi-sector. So by so saying, we have events that are focusing specifically on the sector. Say we're dealing with metals or medical devices. We have a show that focuses on that. And we do have a show that will include all the sectors at once. So we'll be having your agro-processing, your metal, your art and culture, and whatever you can think of as a sector. Okay, so now we are having the group missions. With the group missions, remember, they're categorized into 4 groups. So the first one is the outward selling investment mission. The DTIC provides assistance to South African exporters who seek to conclude export orders. This one, the difference between the national pavilions and the missions, the trade missions, it focuses more on the conclusions of orders, and the national pavilion focuses more on the showcasing of your product. So it means as an SMME, you are allowed to participate on a national pavilion, and when you have interested buyers, then you can attend the missions so that you can have a one-on-one meeting, because we run them as sort of a seminars or event like a setup like we're having today, where we're having people who are interested specifically on the sector that you are in. We invite them, or we send you to the specific country. So with that, you have an opportunity to interact specifically or directly with the people who are interested in your business. Okay? So, right. I'll be jumping few slides because what I've just mentioned now, it explains the rest of the slides that I just jumped. So now let's focus on the supporting documentations. Slide 6, yes, okay. So now, remember we said we do have criterias, and I've mentioned all the criteria in order for you to qualify. But as a department, we are focusing again more on compliance. So now we have on our website, which is the www.dtic.gov.za, you will find our national pavilions and a group mission application form. And it's not mentioned on the presentation. You will again find the list of events that are taking place on the particular financial year, so that you will be able to know which event is still on, which one is closed, which one can I apply for, and then you will be able to apply, and you get the application on the website. So the company you should be having a registered company with the CIPC. You should have a colored brochure. You should have a digital image for branding. You should have a company audited financial statement or a letter from accounting officer confirming your asset, the liabilities, the turnovers, and the number of employees. A copy of an export registration certificate. It's what the SARS official was presenting on now. So it comes in handy if you have that. You should have a copy of your passport. Remember, we're no longer dealing with local shows only. We do international, so you should be having your passport. You should be having your valid SARS compliance PIN and your BEE certificate. Those are the documents that when you apply, when you click on the link to say you want to apply for an event, you should be readily having them. So now that you know that in order for you to qualify, you need to have 1, 2, and 4. What is it that our unit can offer you as an SMME, as an emerging exporter, as a manufacturer? Export marketing and investment assistant will cover the cost of your local and international travel. We only cover economy class. If you need business, you will have to upgrade out of your own pocket. We offer hotel accommodation, transportation of your samples, which are exhibition materials, the exhibition cost relating to stand rental, the design, the setup cost, and the virtual event. We do cover for that. And the good part of it is, as much as we said we partially compensate for an SMME to market their products, we finance or we cover almost 100% of all the cost. In an event where you are an emerging exporter, we cover 100% of everything. So it means you don't have to pop up any money from your pocket to finance your marketing. So now, under the National Pavilion, SMMEs, we cover 100% as I indicated, to the maximum of 20,000 for the international travel cost. For hotel accommodation, it's 3.5 per day. And for the other sales companies, it says no benefit, because the other sales companies, they're the big companies like your Dinal, they've been held by the DTI before. They now established, they now have the turnovers that we can, even if they can put my, the figures on my screen, you will ask yourself, which university did she attend? That's one. So they have huge turnovers. So we don't assist them in that matter, but there are some aspects where we can be able to assist them. When it comes to the exhibition of the exhibition cost, we cover them 100%. When it comes to the freight forwarding, we cover them 100%. The freight forwarding, it's the sending of the goods from your plant to the venue of the event. And now we sometimes have a local event, which you shouldn't ignore, because that's where you gain your momentum. That's where you I don't know how to put it in proper English, but that's where you get to learn how to explore on your local event. With those ones, we also cover 100% on internet on travels, and hotel accommodation is 2,000 per day. Remember the cost of your hotel internationally and locally, they differ. And for the exhibition of your material, we cover 100%. Even the sending of your products from your plants to the event, we cover 100%. And for the group mission, it's almost the repetition of what I've alluded with the national pavilions, because it's almost 100%, but now the other size companies, they are now catered under the group missions. Remember, the group missions is where we're sealing the deal. So now we cover even the other size companies. We pay for their transportation of goods, we pay for their hotel and their flight as well. And also with the group missions, remember, you have showcased your product. Now you just, when you go to a certain group mission, you no longer carry your heavy machines, you no longer carry all your samples, you just carry just a little bit. So now we are saying we pay for your excess luggage. So your bag is more than the limit that they will say at the airport. It's, let's say for argument's sake, it's 8 kg. So if your pamphlet or your samples, they weigh more than 8 kg, then we cover up to 2,500. And I'm about to conclude with my presentation, but now we're having sectors that are targeted. But if you can check on the screen, it's mostly all the sectors that we are participating on. But now with these ones, we're only looking at the sectors that are more active, meaning if you have listened to the speech that the official from the Premier's office have presented, they mentioned that you should be looking at other sectors, you should be looking at other avenues, so that we shouldn't be every year saying we are doing agro-processing. There are countries that are interested on other products that we are not offering as South Africans, and of which it's putting us in a bad space to say we're not competitive on that sector. We're not participating. So if, for example, we are not sending anything to Angola, how would they know that South African companies are participating in the economy? It means we are not participating in the economy. So we should be having something. We look at the, we mustn't look at the sectors that are more famous. We should tap into new things. Now there's medical devices. We should be trying to do that. Now, he even indicated that when the ministers are presenting and all those kind of things, they're using drones. Who's trying to produce drones in Free State? Nobody. So we should be tapping into that market. We should be tapping into the trends. So now, how to apply for the funding? The application, remember, you will find it on our website. And for national pavilions, the application should be in 5 months prior to the event. That's for national pavilion. Remember, you're going to showcase your product. We need to send the actual product. So we have a lot of logistics that goes into preparing a national pavilion. But now, when you're applying for trade mission, a trade mission, you put in your application 2 months prior to the event because there's less logistics. The application will be acknowledged within 48 hours. That's a promise. A complete application will be evaluated and presented to the adjudication committee. And the adjudication committee, they sit twice a month. So if you delay your application, you might miss the adjudication seat. And if you miss the adjudication seat, then it means you have missed the opportunity to be approved or rejected. Then you fall within the rejected application, or you fall within the late applications because you have missed the adjudication committee seats. Okay? So the successful or unsuccessful applicant will be notified in writing as well. But if you do have complaints, or you feel like you submitted your application in time and you were not approved and all your documentation was in time, then you do have a right to write to our director as well. I will give you my my director's contact details as well. Transparency. And EMEA reserves the right to decline a qualifying entity due to budget constraints. That one is it's non-negotiable. All right. So it happens that we approve your company, but some way, somehow, some of your documentation, they get delayed, of which we don't we don't condone the delays in a company applying for a visa or any other documentation that they need in order for them to travel. But in some instances that you don't have all the documentation that we need, we allow you to say, since you're late for our time to do the bookings of accommodation, air ticket, and all those kind of things, you can do your booking, pay, and then you will claim when you come back. So if you happen to pay and you should be claiming back, then we're going to be on your case. It's possible that you get your money. It's possible that you're not getting your money, because if you don't submit all the red flagged documentation, then it means no money. You know, government money, you need to be compliant with everything. If we say, even if we say a stupid document, you need to submit it. For instance, you should have been issued with a contract, which is an approval letter. we issue you with an approval letter. But when you claim, we want you to send us that approval letter. A copy of a passport showing your personal details, your entry and departure date stamp, your boarding passes, your SARS compliance PIN, your BE certificate, your e-ticket, your proof of payment in a form of bank statement. Now you will be exposing your laundries now because we will want to see your bank statement. We want to see that transaction out to say you have paid for the hotel, you've paid for the ticket. And your signed supply maintenance form, which will be provided by the DTIC. So the delay in processing a claim are caused by the following. It might be a banking details verification or SARS verification, because it happens that you have updated your SARS things last month or before the event, but after the event, you're non-compliant. So you need to be compliant on the event of receiving the payment. And all the claims will be acknowledged as well within 48 hours. And after the event, you need to give us the report back. You will be requested to send a 6 months report back, 3 months report back, and 12 months. The 3 months, the reason I didn't start with it, they just introduced it now. So things are getting more tougher on our side. So we need to know what happened 3 months after the event, 6 months, 12 months. And sometimes the minister will say, even 1 week, we don't know. We just have to embrace ourselves. Site visit will be conducted by the DTIC to the existence of the company to verify the information that has been submitted during the application. This can be done before the event or after the event. So if you have participated in an event, you're not off the hook yet. It might mean that the time didn't allow us to come and visit your company and see as to exactly what you're saying. Are you sure you're doing it? Are you sure you're supplying? Are you sure you're manufacturing? So this is the sample of the National Pavilion stands where you will be showcasing your product. That's why I said it's similar to the setup at the back, but this is this one is more in a profession. I don't know how to say it. It's more advanced, like. Yeah, remember we were talking international standards. So remember, I promised you that I will give you my director's contact details. I will allow them to leave them on the screen for now, so that you can get all the information that you'll need. But I will need to clarify that in case you have applied for group missions, or you need to inquire something with regard to group missions, Ms. Connie Duplessis, she's the one that you should be contacting her. She's the one responsible for application. It's not that Ms. Allison, she's not the right person, but Ms. Connie, she's responsible for the application. And National Pavilion, Mr. Samuel Mabwani is the one responsible for application. And for claims, and your 6 months report back, 3 months and 12 months, Ms. Shalati Mashele, she's the one responsible. And I think that brings me to the end of my presentation. I really appreciate your time and that you didn't sleep during my presentation, even if it was after lunch. Thank you.
Colleagues, thank you very much, Ms. Rulani from the DTIC. It's safe to mention that this is a service as well that in the department we are assisting the enterprises with. We've got a unit for the team is here, developmental support and coordination funding. Part of their functions is access to market. So on the access to market part, they assist the enterprises on this element with FDC, which is our sister department, our agents. Okay, but thank you very much for the presentation. We will then be afforded with this presentation. If you need this presentation, please indicate. We will then forward it to you. To SARS, if you still got questions, comments from SARS, we've got Mr. Ndwa Mutinjwa. Can you please stand up, sir? There's a gentleman there, okay, handsome there. We can then pose those questions to that gentleman. Okay, for the DTIC, are there any questions? Clarity-seeking questions? I've got my team here as well that will be able to respond. Munono, I saw Munono here. Where is Munono? And yeah, and the other team, Muzeki and NG, they will be able to respond to some of the, because they are Rulani, they are specializing in this as well. Okay, hence they took other enterprises to Cytex, okay. And yeah, we are almost done, okay. We are almost done. I'm about to hand over to Dr. Mukwena for closing remarks, but before I hand over, I see Mr. Ndwa Mutinjwa would like to say something. Yes, you can come up, Putty. Mike, please.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I just want to add something from the presentation of the lady just left the stage just now. I think most of our business people, what they do, when they want a tax clearance, they just go and make arrangement with us. And then after they get what they want, they don't keep up with the promise. Remember now we deal with a lifetime PIN. Our PIN is no longer like before when you get that document, you know you'll see us after 12 months. It's not work like that. If your return, for an example, are supposed to be submitted next week, and you're supposed to get your payment a week after, you are going to be non-compliant. So when you go to them and they tell you that on a CSD or in the system you are non-compliant, remember, we've got a live PIN. Everything that you do, if you owe us, you are non-compliant. If you make arrangement and you don't pay, you are non-compliant.
Live PIN. Sure. Ludwig? Live PIN. Okay, thank you, sir, for that information. Yes, moving forward, the last one from my side, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, in our presentation as we're preparing for this session, we needed a presenter that would outline the fundamentals of African Continental Free Trade area. Yeah, we have then requested Dr. Francois Fauchier, who is one of our stakeholders, especially in the research unit, to present on those elements. The colleagues that have received the program last night, they will see on the program that Dr. Francois was on the program. However, this morning we've then changed. As in when he was driving down from Johannesburg to Bloemfontein, he got into an accident in Kroonstad. Okay, so yeah, he is fine. It's just bruises. We need to check up on him again. It's just the vehicle, but you know the vehicle insurance, but he is fine. He was right in Kroonstad. So we couldn't now get that fundamental of Africa Continental Free Trade. But the colleagues, the presenters that we hear, they did indeed touch on those fundamental elements. Okay, I wanted to share that. Okay. Tate Mukwena, you can come to, as Tate Mukwena is coming for closing remarks, to the project facilitator, Mtseki Ntatisi, you can stand up, sir. Thank you very much. I think I've done justice on your event through the leadership of NG Libite as well and the whole team that have put up this project together. Thank you very much. I'm off. Tate Mukwena is going to do the closing and then we are all done. And Derek's team, thank you very much for taking this concept to our unit. We really appreciate and the work that we have been guiding us and leading us to ensure that this is a success, specifically on the content element. Thank you very much. All our stakeholders, yeah, thank you very much for coming flying down to Bloemfontein, driving down to Bloemfontein, living your comfortable working environment and coming here. We really appreciate our colleagues, officials. I'm sure we have learned a lot. Thank you very much for taking time. Our enterprises, hopefully you have learned a lot today. We will assist you as officials, taking you further. The enterprises, the exhibitors that came to exhibit, please colleagues, go identify and buy. Okay, remember, for them is profit. For us, it's exposing them into the different markets. Okay, over to you, Ndate Mokoena. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. First and foremost, I would like to thank all the participants. And the second thing is to thank all the exhibitors. Handy Sandy is a company, and then there is a company that sells a very, it's called lifestyle oil. It's vergezocht oil. And then come some African expressions, and that's the one, that's us there. And then we have Good Hope, shoe repairs, it's that one where you see shoes. And then Magoba, hair food. There are various products that are very helpful, and you find them there. But in terms of international trade, there is something called International Import and Export Administration. Those people they manage something that is linked to International Chamber of Commerce. International Chamber of Commerce is the one that drafts the rules of managing trade, because I will explain what it really means. There is something called Incoterms 2020. These are the rules governing the movement of goods. There is a lady, for example, in Jacobsdal, and she owns a wine company that sells Chenin wine. And that company is called Butebo Wines. You can even Google it when you have time. But let's suppose that this lady could export 1,000 bottles of Chenin wine. What is involved there? Number one, exchange rates. Remember, you export if it's beneficial to get more money, make more profit after you have paid even import tariffs, because we are exporting to another country, and we have that. So there is something called international risk management. For example, let's say the terrorists kill this they bomb the ship, and there is a problem with the cargo. It doesn't arrive at the destination. Who pays for that? So you have international risk management, you have rules of origin for certain things, and then you deal with trade practices. The most common one is most favored nation preference, trade preference, which means you are being treated like everybody, you pay tariffs. That's why there are free trade areas where tariffs are at times as low as 0. And the other thing that you are dealing with, it's payment systems. You have to pay, the money must go to a bank. You must have a representative before before you can release the good, before the payment can be released, to check whether they are the 1,000 bottles of wine. And because one lady from South Africa imported something from China, only to find that it was H2O water. I mean, when she was expecting a specific acid. And then we are also having massive competition. A lot of us now know about Shane. know about Shein. And it takes 17 days to get things from Shein, from China, if you can have proper import things. And then now there is online marketing platforms that lead to these pop-up adverts. They just follow you, they check which website you like to check if you want to buy something, and all of a sudden you have competition. Like it may be Shane, it may be somebody else. But I would like to thank you for being here, and I wish to thank the company that also presented a very beautiful lunch. Thank you. I'm done.